Yo, 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 guys. Um, I did not set some music because UTD is updating. I cannot show you all the fucking continue playing shit I have on my Roblox well because it's very something. It's something. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, so, gotta, yeah. Well, UTD is supposed to be live. Let me just change to the fucking starting soon stall. Yeah, let me see. Okay, so update overview. Um, Goku Black has a new universal story, legend stage, virtual realm. Divine Wrath Ultra Boss. We get a new portal. Freaky Boot Incident Raid. Overworld Hell Game mod. Gogeta. Universal banner, events, relics, relic changes. That's interesting. 10 new units plus 1 synchro drive. That's pretty peak, actually. The game's supposed to open soon. New lobby design, new guided additions, new improved lobby performance, new tag, new bundles and codes, new quality of life, bug fixes. The bug fixes is what made the update be delayed so fucking bad. The new stages. Overworld disturbance stages. The new overworld disturbance stages. Why the fuck am I like this? Let me just. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I recorded some Pokemon episodes. Here. Okay, let me make the camera a bit smaller. Okay. New overworld disturbance stages is a consists of a story, a legend stage, and virtual realm. Virtual dungeon if it's easier for you. These stages drop a new fusion relic set with the evolve items for some new units being found inside the legend stages. New Divine Wrath Ultra Boss, the Portal. Fight against merciless gods Zamasu and Goku Black inside the new Divine Wrath Ultra Boss, which can be accessed the merciless god keys, Goku Black and basically portals. These stages drop new fused warrior, which is Vegito, I'm pretty sure, unit as well as new evolution materials. Pretty peak. New Freaky Boo Incident Raid. Fight against Saiyan Warriors enemies inside the new Freaky Boo Incident Raid. These stages drop Falling Prince unit, its evolve item, its the new Warriors Raid Rarity Relic set, and the new Evil Cookies Raid currency. Okay. This looks like the fucking Xenoverse map. Holy shit. I'm looking at the map and I just see Xenoverse. Wait. Did they say anything else? Maybe? Update log? No. Just sent the update log so far. Okay. New Overworld Hell Game mod. Fight against Evil Incarnated Janemba. Inside the permanent game mode, this stage drops new Evil Incarnated coins, the new Evil Incarnated unit, its evolve item, universal gems, and the usual gems and coins. Okay, new units. Goku Black. I really want the shiny. Okay, basically, since I don't really do YouTube lives like that. Let me explain. Basically, I'm a huge fan of Dragon Ball Heroes. I'm a huge fan. One of the only fans out there for Dragon Ball Heroes, in fact. And holy shit, when I tell you I want this, I want this. I genuinely want this. The shiny corrupted Zansu, Vegito. Why the shiny with a suit? Meanwhile, Goku Black is just the Heroes version. Gogeta. That's the fan made. Okay. Vegito is just okay. Trunks. Janemba from Heroes. Goku from Heroes. Vegeta with a suit. I'm not sure who the fuck those units are. One new Synchro Drive unit. Fused Warrior Super from Synchro Driving Super Goku, Super Saiyan 3, Ascension, and Limit Breaker Majin Vegeta. Into Vegito, Super Vegito it seems like. So we got 3 fusions. Okay. New relics. New story plus virtual dungeon relic set. Accessory. Any ally cleansed by this unit will gain 50% damage for 10 seconds. 10 seconds cooldown. Top and bottom. Every neutral type hit on an enemy grants 5% damage per hit up to 70%. That's pretty broken. Accessory. That's the raid. If unit can synchro clash / fuse in a non-synchro form, gain 50% damage. In synchro form, gain 25% range and 15% damage buff. Set bonus. Hero. Plus 10% damage, plus 20% DOT damage. Fusion tag. Plus 10% damage, plus 25% boss damage. Top and bottom, when unit inflicts DOT, buffs crit damage by 50% for the next 15 seconds, cooldown of 7.5 seconds. Set bonus. Fusion tag. 10% damage, 20% range, 20% hyper armor damage. Super Warrior, plus 20% damage, minus 10% SPA, plus 10% crit rate. Okay. Events. Janemba. Battle Pass. Okay. It seems like there will be another Battle Pass, I guess. Again, that's a new event. We don't really need to worry about this because the missions is the evolve missions for evolve this unit, blah 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 blah, you know. Let's see. New relic changes. Main stat percent for damage and DOT relics have been increased. Damage stat level 15, 60% to 70%. DOT main stat level 15, 60% to 99%. Okay. Yeah. New universal banner and new currency. The new universal unit will be obtainable from the new universal banner, coming with a fully new universal gem currency. This new currency drops from all stages, including daily challenge, with newer game mode awarding more of it. Need a new picture with updated visuals, smaller viewpoints, and the correct visual summon number. New revamped summon UI. Okay, looks good. Revamped store UI. New revamped battle pass UI. Okay. The free battle pass comes with free secret shards, 8 exclusive shards, 100k gold, 35,000 gems, 128 rerolls, 56 stat rerolls. Holy shit. Basically a lot of shit. What? What do you mean 2? What do you mean season 2? What the fuck? Huh? Transfer. The merciless god NPC in lobby will allow you to go season 1 into it. What the fuck? Daily limit? Why? Why couldn't it be the same fucking gems? What? That's so dumb. New bio. Okay, that's nice. New auto skill fertilization and evolution content settings. New star auto cell. Okay. Wait, what? I mean, people anyway use 2-star and 1-star. It doesn't really matter. New president guide room. New tag fusion. Cosmetics. Where's the... What? Where's the hand? Oh, okay. Okay, that's from a bundle though, so I don't care. I need this. Kitty Dance, Mafia Jam, that's all. Bundles and codes, that's bundle, that's bundle, that's bundle, that's bundle, that's bundle, that's bundle, that's bundle. 9 new codes, okay. Oh, okay. So that's all we got so far. It says right there, like, opening the game XX0, so I can only guess it's opening soon, but seems like I got an hour, because by the event thing, let me show y'all. Game. Oh. Let me show y'all. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's weird. Windows? Cancel. Okay, I guess I'll use display capture. As you see, like, it says here, 11:10. Right now for me it's 10:20. I did not think about it. And in their Discord, if I pull it up, as you can see, so technically 50-50 it's now. Do you guys want Bleach update right after take a week? Go on Beast plus Cell Max. If we have more time for just saying this was blah blah blah. Yeah, shut up. We're supposed to be an admin abuse as well. That's just what I'm showing Pats. What? Oh. Game is opening shortly. Check announcement for more info. Remember, we won't know how good units are at release, and then people just don't call. Okay, so that's kind of all for now. Let me turn on the AC. That's all we got for now. Let me do something real quick because what the fuck? Basically, there's been some JJS drama recently, I think. I can pull it up on stream. Here, let me show y'all.
Kimbap, your time is
This and okay. What the fuck? No, I don't think it's
Kimbap.
Anyway, where is it?
Who's that? Huh? Guess you're caught.
No, wait.
Two hanging out with diddly sending gifts that prank. And who's with these guys? And who's that? Content creator.
Him. This person. He's possibly one of my friends. And I didn't know about it.
Kimbap.
10 hours ago.
Your time is up.
That's 10 hours ago, mind you. So basically that happened and I had no prior knowledge to that. So yeah. I am kinda like upset. I mean, like, I'll be honest, I don't talk with him much anymore, but he's still one of my friends, so it does suck. If you ask me. Because think of it, dude, you thought it was okay, nothing bad going on, and is your friend, and then suddenly you find out some bullshit might have been going on with them. That does suck. That does suck, I'll tell you that. So yeah. I just wanna make sure everything is okay and nothing actually going on. That's all I wanna make sure, because by his Discord, it seems like it's actually him. I've known the dude since 2017. Since 2017, mind you. So, that is something. That is something. If you ask about those, I don't know myself. Okay, I mean, look at the bullshit I've been playing just because I was bored. Especially this, bro. Especially this. Yeah, sure, let's get. I used to play this on stream while waiting on updates. We might as well get back on it while well, on Twitch. I used to stream on Twitch. I'm pretty much switching to YouTube. I think it's the better strategy. But till we wait, let's just catch up on shit here. New Griffith, blah blah blah, yeah. Anyone? Toto. Thing is, I left on their Dragon Ball update. So yeah, that's something as well. Nothing too bad, I guess. I don't believe I missed much. Toto, let's go. I saw the Goku Black is still really good after evolving, so I thought maybe I should grind for him while we wait on the update. Yeah, you see, we need we need the scythe mainly, because that's from the raids. I've granted some story before going live. Planet Kai, I have only 50. Oh shit. I need one. Oh fuck, bro. I need 1,100 basically. Damn. Okay, we do want the Goku as well, I believe. So let's go ahead and try. I do have the best trait on the Ichigo by their tier list in the Discord. So, actually, oh fuck, I forgot how trippy this map is actually. Here, they come from here. I can place Ichigo pretty early, huh? No. I'll place a couple of Vegetas to kill them, I guess. No, let's place Ichigo. I don't wanna upgrade Ichigo, of course. I mean, I will lose if... Oh. So... Oh! Okay, Unrivaled said right now you can evolve the past unit for the new versions. So that's really good to know. Because I did evolve my Goku and Vegeta. A lot before last update, so I kinda don't wanna grind for a new version of them, you know? Trunks I planned on evolving, but I didn't because I got lazy with the portals. So I might grind, grind his secret, I guess. Because I don't really have him evolved, it's just the banner version of Trunks anyway, so... You know. I low-key wanna delete the Ichigo and move him closer. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have a buff. One of the units is a buff. Not you, not you. You guys are money farms. Yeah, this Ichigo was meta. Info. Oh wait, passive. Applies bleed. Okay. I will protect her. That's buffing his damage. And okay, deals more damage. He has a nuke, as far as I know. Obito was meta as well. I believe he's meta support now, right? Yeah, passive. This enemy first is enemy with... Oh shit. Oh, he has multiple faces? Oh, fuck. Ichigo! Come on! Yeah, that's the GOAT! Only 30? Yeah, I'm gonna evolve Goku back only then. Holy shit, money is tight in this game. Here. What's his thing again? Descendant with cursed wood, marking them as nice. Yeah, he's a support. Well, let's talk about reading Ichigo. Ichigo is hybrid, which is good for me. So, yeah. Oh yeah, Obito doesn't do much damage. That's the thing about him. He's only here for increasing the damage we take. I need to do a quick resell. Here we go. Here we go. He hits here as well. That's the goat. That's the goat. What's up? Alright, I'm not on my YouTube account. Let me see. Vegeta low key. What does he need? Here. Vegeta needs the one as well. The only one. Yeah, Sand Sacrifice is the nuke, right? Sand Rival here. Yeah. He needs a nuke. Yeah, I'll resell. I'll just take care of those people. Oh shit. Dumb Frieza. Thinking I won't catch you? Well, you're mistaken, Frieza. I will catch you. Just place the Vegetas. I mean, they should do enough damage for some of them. That's enough. Pretty sure I quit the game because of the Goku raids. Because that's low-key, like, pretty low Goku rates for how the stage was hard when it released. Place her, and then we do. I'll keep Ichigo here, honestly. Yeah, here. I'm just waiting till they say something about the game opening. Damn. We're just posting random shit in general now. ATMs are still closed. Yeah, I'd think so as well. So yeah. I usually just pull up some bullshit on my YouTube while grinding. These type of stuff. That's what I used to do. I'll probably still do it. Oh, what? Instead of play. That's... Oh shit, that's today? Oh, fuck. I did not know that. Shit. Okay, new plan. I'm live all day long. I need content. I set a reminder for your channel. No, fuck, bro. YouTube Studio, I think. Yeah, dashboard. Content. Type so I'm crying. Okay, Ichigo is masked, yeah. No, you. Are you coming to lecture? Pop it. Your channel. Okay, I just need to see in case the live is, or something. I forgot how annoying the game actually is. There's two very interesting videos I'm seeing right now. One is about Chuck E. Cheese and the second one is about a TikToker. I'm just saying. I have 30 hours this week on JJS. God damn. Here. Bam, bam, bam. Let's see. Did they open? Nope. We have like a lot of time. Okay. So as you see, I low-key gonna play this video.
Longtime viewers know I have a bit of an obsession with fast food and restaurant-related crimes. In recent years, they've only gotten more bizarre, such as a Chinese restaurant recently caught with roadkill in its freezer. This Taco Bell worker was just arrested for shooting a gun at a customer who asked for a free water cup. And you've got beloved restaurant mascots getting arrested on police body cam in front of children.
Chucky's a little bit busy, ma'am. Chucky, come with me, Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting.
What?
We'll be exploring this ridiculous restaurant crime wave today, and I think a great place to start is the man accused of perpetrating an $80,000 mac and cheese scam at Chick-fil-A.
By the way, I'm watching this on my second stream.
He rang up 800 trays of mac and cheese.
The Chick-fil-A Mac Daddy scandal. Meet 23-year-old Keyshawn Jones. Back in 2025, this guy worked here. The Chick-fil-A on William D. Tate Avenue in Dallas, Texas. This Chick-fil-A is highly reviewed and has been around for literal decades. We're talking Los Pollos Hermanos levels of customer service here. Minus the meth part.
It's excellent.
You could say it has something of a legacy in the fast food chicken world. This standard of excellence
Okay.
was something Keyshawn seemingly held for a time, but for unspecified reasons, in October of 2025, customers noticed that he mysteriously disappeared from the restaurant. Coinciding
Oh.
with the disappearance of Keyshawn, restaurant visitors noted cashier clerks getting cagey when the subject of mac and cheese was brought up in orders, leading some to believe that Keyshawn's abrupt absence was somehow linked to the delicious side item. Some of you might be thinking
What?
this detail is a completely made-up embellishment that I put in solely for storytelling purposes, and my response to that is you're absolutely right.
We made it up.
But in all
Oh,
seriousness,
okay.
what happened to Keyshawn? Why did he disappear? So
Yeah,
Keyshawn
what
didn't actually go
happened?
missing. Rather, he was fired back in October of 2025.
Oh.
The reason for this firing, we don't know that. But his firing isn't why we're here. It's what happened after he got terminated. In November of 2025, Keyshawn Jones was being accused of perpetrating a multi-$1,000 revenge theft scheme involving hundreds of catering trays of mac and cheese. Over a period of months, the man covertly snuck into the store using prior connections and would steal trays of mac and cheese without anyone knowing. He hoarded these
Oh.
catering trays back at what was ostensibly a trap house and would host secret banquets with other fast food criminals in his network. The men gorged and got fat from their spoils, with Chick-fil-A getting totally screwed in the process. And what I just described to you is the fake story that most people
Oh.
online have taken as fact recently. I repeat, do not sue me. What I just said was totally bullshit. However,
Okay.
Keyshawn did allegedly perpetrate a Chick-fil-A mac and cheese scheme, but just not in the way that you might expect. After getting fired, this guy was caught on surveillance camera returning to the store that he used to work.
By the way, before I continue this, shout out Wavy Waves. Wavy Web Surf. Shout out to him. He made the content that I'm reacting to. It's all credit to him. I'm not gonna upload it. I just wanna make sure he gets his shout out from a nobody.
At in plain clothes about a month later. While it's unclear exactly how he was able to have unfettered access to this register while being terminated, Keyshawn, aka the Mac Daddy, got to cooking when he saw an opportunity. Keyshawn allegedly used his
Okay.
knowledge of Chick-fil-A's register system to ring up a total of 800 catering trays of mac and cheese.
Okay.
And then subsequently processed a refund for these trays to himself using his own bank cards, netting what is reported to be close to $80,000 in
Holy
funds.
shit.
No mac and cheese actually exchanged hands. Bro just printed the money out of thin air. He actually thinks he's the Federal Reserve over here. I do want to note that there's some discrepancy in current reports about this story, with some claiming that he did this big refund scheme in one fell swoop, and others say it was done over multiple visits. I have to say the latter option makes more sense, but regardless, Keyshawn wouldn't get away with this nearly six-figure heist. Chick-fil-A store owner Jarvis Boyd was quick to notice the massive mac and cheese debt on his balance sheet, and after shitting his pants, he checked the surveillance cameras and found out why that happened. Boyd notified the Grapevine police on November 29, 2025, telling police Keyshawn had swindled him. He also added that he knew the Mac Daddy had his direct deposit set up with a local credit union when he still worked at Chick-fil-A, suggesting police look there for the stolen funds. From the footage, cops were able to confirm the thief was in fact Keyshawn, and they were also able to cross-reference the location of the pilfered funds, which totaled up to $80,105. Feeling as though they had enough evidence, the police went on a manhunt for the at-large Mac Daddy. Months later, in April of 2026, an arrest warrant was issued, but the cheesy con man was slippery to say the least. As the saying goes, real G's move in silence like lasagna, and the
What?
Mac Daddy managed to noodle his way around police for several weeks, evading arrest on multiple occasions. However, on April 17, 2026, on National Cheese Ball Day, police finally managed to arrest this guy. Keyshawn Jones is facing charges including property theft, money laundering, fraud, and evading arrest. He's reportedly being held on a $111,000 bond at the Tarrant County Jail. If convicted, the Chick-fil-A Mac Daddy faces a maximum of 10 years in state prison. Considering the sky-high prices of not just fast food, but literally everything else these days, it's no surprise folks are turning to harebrained criminal schemes to make do. But you don't have to risk prison time to earn real cash. Upside has you covered. So Upside is the first cash.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Wavy
Before
Web
you go
Surf,
Lance,
but
you can
fuck no,
actually
we are not doing this.
code Wavy Web Surf. Big thanks to Upside for sponsoring.
Inside this West Palm Beach Taco Bell Monday, an argument, then chaos.
He shot a customer over a water cup. Okay, so a bit of a self-report here, but I, and I'm sure many of you watching, are well aware of the fast food water cup trick. You're at a fast food restaurant, perhaps in a broke degen phase of your life, and you want a soda with your food, but you don't want to pay. So you ask the clerk for one of those free water cups. And what do you do with it?
Never do that.
Well, after paying for the food, you make sure nobody's looking and take that free water cup and slink over to the soda dispenser and fill that bitch up with Dr. Pepper or whatever preferred soda you like. It's a relatively victimless crime and virtually no one is inconvenienced by it, but technically, yes, it is stealing. And I guess someone has to refill the syrup dispenser faster, but I mean, come on. Now, as someone who worked in fast food many years ago and also who has just historically been really thirsty when I was younger, I found that it's rare that restaurants actually crack down on folks for exploiting the water cup trick. But just know that when they do, there can be potentially life-threatening consequences for you. This is Florida man Rob Steiner. On April 27th, 2026, he was in the mood for America's favorite Tex-Mex slop and made his way over to the local Taco Bell at the intersection of Military Trail and 45th Street in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Okay,
guys, I love Taco Bell, but we gotta keep it real. That shit looks like dog food. Anyways, Rob presumably makes his order, but doesn't perform the water cup trick. Rather, he just sits down at a booth and chills. His critical role in this story will become apparent soon enough. Let's meet another player. Manning the register on this day is 20-year-old Damari Jaquan Patterson. And because of his standing as cashier, he, by merit of his position, is on the front line of the water cup defense force at Taco Bell. While most fast food clerks could be described as meek, this guy was anything but that. In fact, this person may have actually been overqualified for his position of soda thief stopper. According to police reports, Patterson had a history of violence, including domestic disputes and also pulling out knives on people during heated arguments. Quite the rowdy rap sheet here. And given his passion for protecting Taco Bell's soda fountains, you'd have to have a death wish to pull the water cup trick here. I mean, this is serious business. Taco Bell has Baja Blast, and we find that Patterson is willing to protect it by any means necessary. Now back to Rob's point of view. Shortly after Mr. Steiner sits down, 3 women enter the store, and let's just say they were up to no good. Details here are a bit murky, but apparently one of these women requested a water cup from our violent cashier, Mr. Patterson here. And what did she do after getting the water cup? She filled it up with soda, Damari sees her do it, and he loses his goddamn mind. A verbal altercation explodes as the 3 women get into it with Damari and other staff members, who apparently had called them out over the soda theft. Mr. Rob Steiner, who is off to the side sipping on a NOS energy drink that he hilariously smuggled into the restaurant, he can sense something crazy is about to happen and starts recording. That recording is the video you're seeing on screen now. The yelling and bickering continues.
It seems like it's recent
time,
as well.
And you can start to see customers noping out of the restaurant as the conflict escalates. The feeling of something horribly wrong is about to happen was apparently palpable inside of the Taco Bell. And finally, it happens. What you're about to see is Patterson allegedly attempting to pistol whip one of the customers, and when he does so, he shoots off a round after swinging his gun like a fucking moron. Everybody in the restaurant then flees and runs for cover.
YouTube, this is a fake gun, not real. Yeah.
I knew it was was a gun.
It's AI.
That's when I went
It's
into
AI
fight or
YouTube.
flight and just ran out.
It's
of the
AI.
building.
The response time in this area is insane because within the same video recording, we can actually see that police arrive and enter the building as they go in to apprehend the shooter and assess for injuries. So what exactly happened on the inside after the gunshot was fired? Did somebody actually get killed over a water cup? According to
I'd
reports,
hope not.
Patterson's swinging of the arm during the pistol whip motion knocked the lady directly in front of him down to the ground. The gunshot that happened almost immediately after grazed the eyebrow of one of the other girls. So he literally did like a fucking combo attack here. Bro hit the bullet curve technique like that one dude in the Tubi TV movie.
Oh, this move. Dude.
After dealing combo damage to 2 of the 3 in the water cup group, Patterson had his eyes on the third, who was a short distance away from him near the door. Patterson allegedly fired a shot at her, but thankfully he missed, resulting in this bullet hole that you're seeing on screen now. You might be surprised to learn that according to affidavits, Patterson himself called 911 soon after the shooting, fully admitting to Baja blasting at the water cup girls. But he claimed it was in response to them jumping on the counter and threatening him. He specifically told authorities that he believed the women were armed. But big surprise, when they searched the women, they had no guns on them at all. And neither the surveillance footage or Rob Steiner's video showed any of the water cup group jumping on the counter. Not that jumping on the counter would justify use of lethal force in any case.
Exactly.
Yeah, Patterson totally overreacted here. I mean, I'm all for defending against water cup soda bandits, but attempting to blow someone's shit smooth off is taking it a bit too far, bud. I mean, you're throwing your life away for a 99-cent cup of soda. It's not that serious. Unsurprisingly, police felt this guy had committed a crime. Their affidavit specifically says, quote, Patterson did intentionally and unlawfully threaten by word or act to do violence, which created a well-founded fear in the victims that such violence was imminent, unquote. Because of his passion for protecting soda, Mr. Patterson would be arrested and charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm. As for the lady whose eyebrow was grazed, they later drove themselves to the JFK North Medical Hospital. They were treated for minor injuries and released not long after. Damari Patterson would appear in court later on April 28th, and he still remains in custody. His next scheduled court date is May 27th. The Chinese roadkill conspiracy. So, Chinese buffets are like infamously some of the most grotesquely ran establishments. And yes, I know it's not fast food, but there are so many stories from these places, and I think this is the video to talk about the men. I have one that literally got caught with roadkill in its freezer. Welcome to the China Queen Buffet. It's not all too unlike any other strip mall Chinese restaurant that you'd find around the United States. Questionable review scores, dated-looking decor with the interior design of a nursing home. If I lived in Pineville, Louisiana, I'd pull up there and load up on some General Tso right now. You know it's gonna slap when it looks like this. I just might have to make sure that my medical insurance premiums are up to date because this place has something of a, let's just say, history to it. As recently as April 1st, 2026, the Pineville China Queen has had some health code infractions during inspection, such as an employee drinking a beverage in a sensitive food prep area and another violation citing toxic cleaning chemicals being stored incorrectly. Another gross one in the context that this place is a buffet is an infraction citing that food wasn't marked with the time that it should be cooked, served, or discarded, implying that there could be, let's just say, some freshness issues at play at this place. But hey, at least these guys aren't storing raw salmon in plastic bags on the floor like that other Chinese buffet was.
I don't know what this is. This is fish on the floor.
Oh, wow.
So China Queen had a couple of minor oopsies, but by the time their April 8th follow-up inspection came around, they had corrected all of those issues previously mentioned. But there was one other thing going on here that the inspector seemingly missed. On April 21st, 2026, a member of the public shared this image to Facebook, allegedly taken behind the China Queen
What
restaurant.
the
It shows
fuck?
a restaurant worker skinning some sort of four-legged animal in broad daylight outside the building. A Facebook post describing the incident read, quote, Chinese restaurant between Super One and TJ Maxx in Pineville skinning roadkill behind the restaurant yesterday. They found the skin and head in dumpster out back. Y'all might want to bring a DNA kit to these restaurants to check the status of meat you are eating from these places. God, man. These Chinese restaurants are really doing the most to keep those offensive stereotypes alive about them serving cat and dog meat to customers. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was going on here? The Facebook post exposing the alleged skinning operation eventually caught the attention of the Pineville Police Department. The obvious big fear here is that the restaurant was serving whatever was skinned in the back alley at the buffet. But police were saying that probably wasn't the case.
Y'all got
though
the video.
They were concerned, to say the least. Pineville PD suspected this was a case of a roadkill animal being skinned for later consumption by the photographed employee in question, which was not only extremely unhinged, but legally questionable in the state. Louisiana law states that the collection or harvesting of roadkill is illegal without permission from the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, and they didn't have any permission to do that. So police set out to China Queen to look around and get to the bottom of this freaky back alley butchery. According to reports, when searching the kitchen, police allegedly discovered a deer carcass stored in a freezer alongside other food, as well as deer and body parts in a box near the dumpster outside. So yeah, not looking good for the restaurant. They allegedly had a fucking...
Okay, maybe. Anime Crusaders. Ugh. No, not yet.
roadkill animal.
Well, seems like we need to wait till 11:20 my time.
An employee, 44-year-old Jiang Hua Zhang, would claim to officers that he had found the deer carcass along the road the morning of the skinning. He went on to further state that he planned to use the deer to create some sort of meat stew, and that it would be for personal use.
Okay.
Still, the fact that he put the roadkill meat in with the other food, bro, that meat is not up to health code freezer standards. It probably had all kinds of bacteria and slime on it that you potentially cross-contaminated to other items. This dude is out here trying to start a new pandemic.
Breland says the dangers of harvesting roadkill doesn't just stop at the dinner table. You could even face jail time for trying.
You have to contact LDWF and ask for that authorization.
In the wake of the discovery, the butchered roadkill deer was immediately removed from the restaurant, and China Queen staff plastered this haphazardly slapped together notice on their door. And man, this statement is crazy. I'm imagining somebody reading this with no context, thinking that somebody got served human feces or something. Check it out. We apologize for the recent incident. The item involved was never intended to be served to customers, but it was improperly stored. It has been fully cleaned and sanitized. We are cooperating with health authorities and have corrected our procedures to ensure this does not happen again. Thank you for understanding. As a result of this incident, China Queen reportedly temporarily halted service, and Mr. Zhang was actually charged for his roadkill culinary experiment. On April 26th, Zhang was cited for possession of an illegally taken deer, which can result in fines up to $950 and 120 days in jail. His current employment status at the restaurant, I don't know about that, but you gotta imagine he was fired. As far as I know, China Queen is still in operation, and if I'm ever in the Pineville area, I'm gonna stop by and try it out. The pictures of the food online actually look pretty good. I just reckon I'll be cautious when it comes to soup of the day or anything like that. The Tim Hortons poop thrower. There are few fast food stories that baffle the mind more than what happened at a Tim Hortons on May 14th of 2018 in Langley, British Columbia. At some point during the day, an older woman hurriedly barged into the restaurant. She wasn't after food, she was looking for a bathroom. Prairie dogging and on the verge of exploding, the distraught lady demands the cashier to let her into the restroom. And from what I can tell, it seems the bathroom here was for paying customers only, which she wasn't. The cashier tells her no.
What do you
and
mean
the
1 minute?
gassy guest then launches into a tirade against the worker. CCTV footage shows the two squabbling back and forth for some time. The restaurant is packed with customers, and as they argue, you can imagine literally everyone inside is watching this play out. You know, it's like a
After
Waffle
this, I'll
House moment.
leave.
After squabbling for
You
some
said 1
time, the
minute.
customer apparently had enough of the shit.
So-
She reaches over, grabs a handful of napkins, steps back, and within a matter of seconds expels a massive turd of shit onto the floor, to which she then picks up and throws at the cashier that was trying to block her bowel
What
movement. The woman
the
then takes more
fuck?
napkins, wipes her ass a bit, and then skedaddles out of the restaurant feeling like a brand new bitch. The Tim Hortons turd tosser was almost immediately reported to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who initiated a citywide manhunt for the defecator. She was found later that day and taken to the gulag for her foul crimes. One question many had at the time was, why exactly wouldn't the Tim Hortons let her use the bathroom? I mean, if she was truly about to shit herself, can't you just do a homegirl a favor? Well, Tim Hortons said that the customer in particular had caused problems at that store before, and staff had her on a, so to speak,
Oh,
no
yeah?
shit list. Quote, our current understanding is that the team member used their discretion in this case and denied access to this guest based on past behavior and out of concern for the immediate safety of team members and guests.
So you want to tell me it's not the first time she did that? You know what? I won't even ask further.
In the restaurant. As matters escalated, the team member contacted local authorities for assistance. The Tim Hortons poop thrower to this day is unnamed by media outlets, so I don't know what happened to her in terms of punishment. If any of you Canadians out there have information about the Tim Hortons shitter, feel free to share it in the comments. I feel like this is such an urban legend for you guys, and there might be developments that aren't as commonly known about it outside of Canada. Beneath his perpetually frozen
That's what
smile,
caught my eye.
the soft, fuzzy costume, and those eyes that are always watching, is a cold, calculated criminal waiting for his moment to strike. Hide your purse and hide your wallets. Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Someone Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting.
Chuck E. Cheese actor arrested on police body cam. On June 28, 2025, a mother named Michelle Allen had taken her child to the Chuck E. Cheese location
Okay.
on Scherer Road in Tallahassee, Florida. This visit was nothing out of the ordinary. Games, pizza, mascot meet and greets, typical Chuck E. Cheese visit.
Sounds
Though
normal.
what was out of the ordinary is what happened after she left. The following day after visiting the restaurant, Michelle realized that not only was her debit card missing, but somebody had been issuing fraudulent charges to it from various stores around town, hitting 6 different businesses and racking up costs in stores that she never went to. Somebody had charged a total of $105.57 on her account. Michelle visited some of the stores that were charging her in an attempt to understand what was happening or who could be behind this. And that's where she made a break in the case. One of the businesses had CCTV footage of an individual using her card to purchase goods. Who was it? Charles Entertainment Cheese. Yep,
GG's.
Chuck E. Cheese himself was behind the card theft.
Ouch.
Or, well, to be more specific, it was the guy who played Chuck E. Cheese at that one she visited, 41-year-old Jermel Jones. Michelle had apparently seen this guy uncostumed at Chuck E. Cheese before. She recognized Jermel's face and reported him to police. On July 23, 2025, officers would be dispatched to bust the undercover criminal masquerading as a pizza-loving mouse. They pulled up.
Yeah, maybe we'll continue that later. Maybe later. Okay. Yeah, I'm in private. Okay, first of all, codes. Yes, next update is Bleach, so I'll most likely stream that as well. Okay. First of all, fusion update. What do you mean this code doesn't exist? I guess. I fucking guess, bro. That I'm copying it from the expired. Mind you, that's from the dock. All this is from the dock. Here. I'm trying again. I think they resent them or reworked them. I don't know. Okay, here. Yeah, it was a bug, I guess, misspelling or some from the doc, because that's what they sent in the Discord right now. Okay, where's the Zamasu? There should be... Where's Zamasu? I'm scrolling through the thing here. Okay, it looks like it is in the upgrades. No. Maybe he's here somewhere? No. They did not say where Zamasu is at, by the way. That's why I'm searching. Where is Zamasu? NPC in the lobby will in the lobby. It says the lobby. That's all. Oh. Oh my fucking god. We're not serious, bro. Wrong one. Okay, so we want those two. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, wait. I have the Ultra Potion. They gave it away. Now let's see if the rates don't change, I guess. Let's hope we get one of them. Chances are low, I guess. Very low. Really low. Oh, we got Gogeta. Nice. We got the Gogeta. Is an unrivaled enemy. Where's Gogeta? Let me see his roll. Where's Gogeta? Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, my bad. Alright. Roll up. Come on, damage. You got that. Yeah. Now, as you see, I prepared a lot, and I know I'd probably go for PD multiple times, so might as well. No, not what we're searching. Not what we're searching. It's an auto clicker. I mean, I have no reason to press that many times. And no, I won't be rolling Ruler off. I don't give a shit what will be his best trade. I gotta go all in for Dragon Ball. It's Dragon Ball after all. The fuck? So far, 200 rerolls in. Dang. $300. Why did we have to do a daily limit though? Or make it a different fucking currency. I mean, it's dumb if you ask me. Okay, seems like we are going to PD. We are almost halfway through the PD for Ruler. Holy shit. Pretty sure we got every trade already. But ruler. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely doing PD on ruler. That's undeniable. 1,000 on the ruler PD. We're missing the 50 for the PD. The game loves me. That's for sure. Alright, it said the Shah. So yeah, here sort of hope. So the neutrons. Jacket, that's for Vegeta. Let me see the recipe for Goku and Vegeta. I mean, I could. Where's the hand? Persona! That's a Persona reference, it's pretty obvious. And yes, same with the Vegeta. I don't think I have good stats on the Goku, by the way. I do. What? Okay, yeah, that's fair. New items here, maybe? Okay, no. That's unlocked. The new raid, yeah. Okay, let's do this later because if I'm not mistaken, they said there's a new story. Yeah. Finally something that ain't AI. Notice how we don't use AI on Jagamo? Shows how peak it is, if you ask me. Yeah, we good. What the fuck is she saying? Let's go. We don't do anything. The relics I'll probably grind offset. Off stream of it, because that's boring to grind. Let me see if I sent anything else. Fake Jamba, darker color and has a tail. Fake Jamba 2 lighter color and has no tail. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, if I explain about the raids in questions. Pretty sure I need the legend stage for the key anyway, so. Oh yeah, give me universal gems, like that is gonna help. But I went to the wrong one. We didn't get any keys, right? There should be a new bound list, they said. No, we didn't. I missed the entrance. Yeah. They're not working. Anything else? Videos? Yeah, no. Here's a sweep. We good. You know what? Why not? Yeah, mom live open.
Up to the Chuck E. Cheese in no mood to play games. When they got there, there was indeed a Chuck E. Cheese mascot in the store on that day, working. Now, anybody could have been inside of that costume, but they were pretty sure it was Jermel. The following is police body cam footage showing officers trapping the rat in 4K.
Between the mouse, dear. We are. Do it. I want you to. Go around and ask. Go around. You want me to come in front of these kids? Grab him, quick. Chucky's a little bit busy, ma'am. Chucky. Come with me, Chucky. Come with Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting. Don't let your hands go. Stop resisting. You're being detained. Stop resisting. Let it go. Let it go. Do not cause a scene here, sir.
As the costumed actor is escorted outside, there is much confusion and even anger from restaurant patrons on the inside, with customers accusing the cops of traumatizing children.
He's a criminal. What would you like to know?
I would like y'all to walk him out the door with some pop-tarts and all these shirts and somebody like Chucky. Would y'all put Mickey Mouse in handcuffs?
Have a good night.
After quieting the scene a bit, the time finally came to unmask the rat. And there was some concern that they could have potentially had the wrong guy. The moment of truth.
Does this come off, man? Does this just come off the top? Oh, I hurt you. There you go.
Yep, it was him, all right. They thankfully detained the right guy. But
Thank
Jamel
God.
seemed to have no recollection of perpetrating any credit card fraud. Well, damn. That's weird. I guess we gotta let him go. I'm all for giving someone the benefit of the doubt, but it's pretty hard when cops subsequently search Jamel and literally find the woman's bank card in his pocket.
No fucking
with
way.
receipts from where he spent her money. God damn, dude. You gotta lock in.
Metal cooler.
That's mine. Oh, I wonder what this one is. Yep. And there's yours too. So you did have your card on you. I thought you told me you didn't have anything on.
I thought I didn't have it today.
Okay.
I found that today. I found that today.
In light of these findings, Jamel would be arrested and charged with suspicion of larceny, possession of another person's ID without consent, and fraudulent use of a credit card 2 or more times. He was taken to Leon County Jail, where he posted his $6,500 bail on July 24th, 2025. A spokesperson for Chuck E. Cheese put out a statement on the 25th saying, quote, "We are aware of an incident involving a part-time employee arrested at our Tallahassee location on Wednesday. We have taken the appropriate action concerning the subject employee." And by take appropriate action, what they meant is that they put Jamel in a spring-lock Bonnie suit and killed him. Just kidding, they fired him. Jones would later plead not guilty and is being represented by the local public defender's office. I'm pretty sure his lawyer's name is like Jimmy McGill or something like that. Don't quote me. Seriously, bro, what is this Better Call Saul ass criminal case? Guy in a Chuck E. Cheese suit stealing bank cards. You can't make this up. Bro, the way they unmask him, it's so Scooby-Doo. On January 26, 2026, he changed his plea to no contest and was sentenced to 3 years of probation. The Burger King slapper. I often hear people complaining about the service inside of fast food restaurants, you know, like the employees are rude and don't seem to give a shit about their jobs and stuff like that. Well, I mean, when the pay is terrible and you have to go through what the victim in this story did, you can kind of see why the morale isn't so high at these places. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on June 26, 2020, 21-year-old Austin Addison entered a Burger King in a fit of rage. This guy claimed to have had something stolen from him by a woman that worked at this restaurant. This woman was some sort of acquaintance of his, and he demanded she come out so he could confront her. Now, on the receiving end of this manlet's outburst is the cashier on screen here. His name is unknown. And this cashier does his best to maintain order and protect his employees. Austin, the petulant manlet, quickly loses his temper and completely blows up on this cashier who's just doing nothing more than politely refusing him from seeing this employee that this crazy guy is trying to just summon to the front on a whim. And what does he get in return for his patience? A slap to the face.
I'll go to the bathroom real quick after. This will keep playing. Like, I'll just keep it.
After smacking the poor cashier, Austin Addison stormed out of the store. Police were called about the slap, and the person filming the video claims that not long after, they saw the slapper being confronted by a police deputy about a half-mile down the road from the restaurant. Addison would eventually be arrested by police and charged with harassment, disorderly conduct, and criminal mischief. Yes, for slapping a fast food employee, you will get slapped in cuffs. I think that's only fair, right? This Burger King slapping case wound up going quite viral on social media, with many engagement baiting accounts on X creating fake stories for why the slap occurred. The most infamous, of course, being a post that claimed, quote, "Guy slaps Burger King employee because his nuggets were too spicy."
I'm back. I thought I had
It's just so
one of my scars there.
But yeah, guys, you wonder
my
why
scar
a lot of
here
fast food
opened up.
workers don't seem all
it's
too
this
thrilled when at work. They're getting paid pennies on the dollar to deal with some of the most mentally deficient 80 IQ rage pig crackheads in America on a daily basis. You try to be polite and a pissed off moron with a speech impediment slaps you for no fucking reason. But yeah, cut these workers some slack. They may have just gotten physically assaulted 5 minutes into their shift before you came in. Taco Bell nacho cheese snot rocket incident. If you thought workers putting bodily fluids in food was a thing of the past, I hate to inform you, it's commonly done still. And not only are workers sabotaging customers' orders, they're hawking loogies and co-worker meals to settle grievances too. On May 6, 2025, at a Taco Bell on Highway 90 in Milton, Florida, Karistan Royal, who is a Taco Bell employee, had come by the store while she was off to pick up some fries and a 10-piece nugget, which I have to say first and foremost is insane to order from a Taco Bell. Just go to fucking McDonald's. But when she opened the bag to see her food, she saw something in her nacho cheese container that didn't look right. Inside was a strange mucus-like substance inconsistent with the rest of the food's appearance. And upon closer inspection, this was no guacamole dipping sauce. It was a straight-up loogie, a full-blown snot rocket, described as stringy and disgusting. Karistan notified the assistant manager on duty, who went ahead and reviewed the surveillance footage, where she found that one of their employees, 34-year-old Felicia Archer, had directly spit into the nacho cheese cup that came with the meal before it was served to Karistan. Milton police would be called to the premises where they questioned Felicia, who openly admitted that she had done it, claiming she had a personal grievance against Karistan. The police report about this said, quote, Archer stated she believed the victim was attempting to engage in a relationship with Archer's boyfriend, which she described as a beef between the two. So it seemed that there was some sort of work-related love triangle going on that ended in biological snot-powered warfare. Subsequently, Felicia Archer was arrested and charged with misdemeanor culpable negligence. She'd be taken to the Santa Rosa County Jail, where she was released the following day on a $150 bond. The woman was also banned from that Taco Bell. And as for Karistan, well, despite being the victim here, she also found herself without a job, as allegedly she posted about this incident to social media, which violated some sort of Taco Bell policy. So as a result, she was reportedly laid off due to bad publicity from the incident being shared, which I have to admit is complete fucking bullshit. The case would be closed pretty quickly, with Archer being in court by May 20th of 2025, and she was found guilty and sentenced to 6 months of probation. And well, you made it to the end of the video. I hope you guys enjoyed this.
Oh, thank you, Wavy Webster. I'll do this real quick. What the fuck? Oh. It's my art teacher. Don't worry. I have nothing to worry about with this. That's something I wanna watch. Because that caught my interest. Shout out to Turkey Tom.
27-year-old TikToker from Dallas, Texas. While making a meager living doing art, design work, and activism, they've recently gone viral due to an unhealthy parasocial relationship with a former Minecraft YouTuber.
I have had a crush on Will Gold since 2019 when I heard him laugh in the background of someone else's video, and it felt like life itself leaned in to listen.
This one-sided obsession grew so strong that Tyler was turning down relationships and allegedly trying to move across the Atlantic Ocean to live closer to Wilbur. But once their account went viral, this fascination ultimately turned from Tyler being in a interested in Wilbur to the internet learning more about Tyler's past.
I have a lot to say. There's a lot you need to know, and apologies that need to be made.
This is the cautionary tale of Tyler Catastrophe and the dangers of parasocial relationships. Before standing Wilbur Soot was Tyler's claim to fame, the lore was already being built up. You see, prior to all of the cringe in the Western Hemisphere clumping together on TikTok, it was collected in a little corner of the internet known as Tumblr.
Yes, 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 yes!
In the mid-2010s, Tumblr was seen as the manhole, or they-hole to be inclusive, from which all kinds of online insanity crawled out. Whenever you saw someone joke about weeaboos, furries, or bronies, you knew they were talking about something coming from Tumblr. It pains me to say that ultimately, Tyler Catastrophe is another of its unfortunate alumni. Before there was a Tyler Salona, there was an Emily. I'm not going to say the last name here, but it is relevant to say that their real surname is not Salona. But you may wonder why it's relevant to even point this out, which gets us into the first interesting detail in the Tyler Catastrophe universe. As funny as it is to joke about nowadays, Tyler happens to be the kind of white American who dislikes or finds their own actual ethnicity boring, so they make something up about their identity to make it more interesting and exotic. One of the first manifestations of this was when Tyler made a post asking anyone from Greek Tumblr if anyone was interested in having an LGBT American friend who wanted to move to Greece. They had a fixation on Greece, which I think is what led to Salona being picked as the last name. Given it's a Greek name, that means wise, and versions of it are also the names of an ancient city as well as a philosopher. It's one thing to just like a culture a lot, or even prefer it over your own for aesthetics or whatever reason. It's another to try and actually pretend you're something you're not because you just dislike being seen as a run-of-the-mill white person, which seems to be what's going on here. Here's one Tumblr post that Tyler made. One thing I hate about being white passing is that I feel so incredibly separated from the culture that I could be a part of if people didn't assume I was white or that I was lying when I tell them I'm actually half Portuguese. I'll stop right now to say...
So, basically, I'm bored of being white, so I can say, yeah, from now on, I'm Japanese because I like anime. That's what you're trying to say? Or she? I don't know if it's a she or he. That's what the person trying to say? Because it doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
What probably most of you are thinking. Portuguese is still white. You're not white passing.
Yeah.
You're white. Portugal is in Europe. That's a European ethnicity. The people there are white. Cristiano Ronaldo is white. The Portuguese can enter Agartha. Ronaldo is a creation of the great scientist Jakub.
That is a white child. That is Caucasian from the mountains of Caucasus. That is a Slavic baby, a Viking from Iceland.
I strongly doubt that anyone would ever say,
no, there's no way you're half Portuguese. You look too white.
Most Americans can't even differentiate between Spain and Portugal on a map. In what world does Tyler live where they're getting treated as a second-class citizen and singled out for being Portuguese? Also, not to nitpick too much, but you can look atypical for your nationality and still identify with it and represent it without any issue. You don't see Canelo Alvarez talking about how he feels less Mexican. But I've learned from Tumblr that I'm supposed to be quiet when a person of color is speaking. Or in this case, a half Portuguese white American born and raised in Oklahoma. My siblings and I have the exact same parents, but my little sister looks Hispanic and I'm a carbon copy of my pasty red-headed mother. We went to Mexico as kids for a family reunion, and Border Patrol tried to accuse us of smuggling my sister over the border because of how dark she got in the week we were there, while my brother and I burned like lobsters. And I assume that after this, everybody stood up and clapped. And that little sister's name was Albert Einstein. I'm not going to go out on a limb here and say that Tyler is straight up lying, but this kind of smells like a tall tale to me, especially because of how it ends. A coworker and I went to get dinner after work, and I complimented a guy's jacket, and we were exchanging pleasantries, as one does, and I have no idea what made him ask, but he asked if I was from Mexico, and when I told him that no, I'm actually Portuguese, he was super interested and said that made sense, which, one, no one one has ever asked me if I was anything other than white. And 2, I was so overwhelmed with gratitude for that moment that I ended up thanking him for making my night as I left. I feel like I'm having a tiny little stroke whenever the implication is made that Portuguese is not white. I don't think anyone, even super online scientific racism people, consider the Portuguese non-white. So it really boggles me to see Tyler Catastrophe of all people make the distinction here as if it mattered. I'm also slightly disturbed by the notion that being acknowledged as something other than white gives Tyler feelings of overwhelming gratitude. 2 decades ago, white people used to pretend to be Japanese and study the blade just because they liked anime, or they wore their hats backwards because they liked 50 Cent.
You happen to be white. I'm talking.
Now we have people trying to act like they're exotic because their dad is half Portuguese or something. How far have we fallen?
You are white. He's white!
Now, this would be stupid and funny enough on its own, but this Portuguese business is actually just the tip of the iceberg. If you go through Tyler's TikTok and Instagram posts, you repeatedly find these odd references to looking white. Tyler even uses brown emojis to signal non-whiteness, as well as making Tumblr posts like this one. In Oklahoma, you learn how to square dance in first grade for some reason. We also had Land Run Day every year. A land run was basically where the white settlers, colonizers, all lined up one day and raced to claim previously native land for their families. Oklahoma was originally native reservation, then was taken away again, making it stolen twice. So basically, they would have a bunch of toddlers dressed like cowboys and pull a bunch of wagons into an empty field to claim land and have a picnic, basically teaching a bunch of white kids how fun it is to colonize. And they even stayed true to the original and picked kids to be the Sooners, who basically cheated the system and claimed land before the start time. I didn't realize this was a weird, only in Oklahoma thing until I was 21 and moved to Texas. So, you know, white people are weird. I will say right now that I'm no history buff, but it is pretty ironic that Tyler picked Portuguese as the ethnicity they'd LARP about, considering that before England took over everything, Portugal and Spain split the non-European world half and half for the purposes of colonization. Well, actually, given that Mediterranean Europeans aren't white,
10 hours
I guess this was actually a case of black-on-black crime or something. Leave it to a late Tumblrina to take issue with a bunch of kids playing cowboys and running around at school. The cherry on top of this weird obsession of Tyler's with ethnicity is it turns out that it's directly intertwined with their beliefs about gender. Although Tyler has stopped talking about it for the last few years, Tyler is a self-professed two-spirit, which is a historically debated concept that Native American tribes had some kind of third gender concept, which has now been revived by more recent LGBTQ movements. Additionally, Tyler claims that their aunt, who is Native, I assume Native American, unless we're talking.
Two-spirited person is North American and embodies both masculine and feminine spirits. I see.
Talking about the Portuguese again, gave them the two-spirit pass.
I did not
because apparently you have to be some degree of native to call yourself one.
And referring to myself as two-spirit as a way of honoring the weight of my own soul and the way it guides me, with the blessing of my deadliest auntie, by the way, is something that you would consider morally corrupt, and I don't think we will ever understand each other.
I think any tomahawk-wielding, tobacco-smoking chief, regardless of tribe, would not jive well with this stuff, but whatever. The mind of the modern Portuguese Oklahoman two-spirit truly is an enigma. Indians as a whole are sort of an enigma. No, not the Native Americans. I mean true Indians. In the summer of 1926, my great-grandfather, Turkey Thomas III, traveled all the way from his home country of Bulgaria to the far eastern lands of India. He was in search of a spice, but not just any spice. He was in search of swag. He spent his entire life questing for it, but sadly passed away in 1973. Now, 100 years after his expedition, I have come to the Far East once again, and I'm glad to say that I have found this elusive swag, available only at turkeytom.shop. We have a long sleeve and a short sleeve available for pre-order right now. These are not crappy YouTuber merch clothes. This is high quality quality stuff. And the designs were created with the intention
He had
of making just
400
clothes in
fucking
general, so you don't
shield.
have to
Do
explain
not
what kind of
blame me.
autism you have in real life. I'd say the t-shirt is more of a gym shirt. I wear mine to the gym, and the white one is more just for everyday use. I use it for twerking on Grindr. The designer SB put a lot of time into making them as good as possible, and he did a really, really good job as always. The designs here
There
are
was
extremely
no reason
detailed.
to
We have sort of a
include that part.
Y2K aesthetic going on mixed with modern internet aesthetics. A little bit of old with a little bit of the new. So if you want some cool clothes and you want to support the channel, then check out the pre-order at turkeytom.shop.
turkeytom.shop. Brought to you by the Taj Mahal.
And if you don't, then thanks for watching the videos regardless. Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
45
It's not a
minutes,
one-off
okay.
either. There's other times Tyler is speaking
I
on
thought it was about
traditional
that.
native dances and ceremonies and referring to native cultures as ours. I know it's a meme for white people who are 1/16th native to make that their personality, but in this case, it's literally just what is happening. With that being said, a lot
Yeah.
of Tyler's audience was not okay with them using the term Two-Spirit, so Tyler revoked this status so as not to offend any Native Americans. Despite the decision, to this day, Tyler claims to have Oklahoma-rooted Native American connections.
But if there's one thing I hold to be absolutely true, is that the land remembers her people. And while there is a lot to be said about the generations of breeding out the savage, quote unquote, something I hate saying, and the very racist intentions of Blood Quantum, but when it comes to me personally, the land I was born to holds a great deal of importance to me. When I'm sure of nothing else, I'm sure of where I come from. And somewhere in the years of educating myself, and learning the stories and the histories, and finding the truths and the lies I was taught, I found the ways of my home.
I've yet to hear Tyler name the specific tribe, probably because this native stuff is vibes-based and has no actual backing. This emphasis on being a native even spilled over into Tyler's professional life. Although I use the word professional pretty loosely here, since we're talking about a TikToker who makes bead bracelets for a living. According to what seems to be a DM from Tyler, their bead making is motivated by their wish to bring a higher value back to an ancient art form that a lot of people overlook. I don't think selling bead bracelets on Etsy is an ancient art form, but who am I to say? On one hand, I'm a YouTuber who makes videos on people who stick objects up their butt, so I'm not exactly the definition of a professional. But then again, my job also makes me a specialist on absolutely meaningless drivel. And to me, Tyler's career here definitely fits that bill. Now, a TikToker named Tim Stratford's wife, I honestly have no idea what is going on anymore. This TikToker bought one of Tyler's bracelets because, as she puts it in her video, she fell for Tyler's "I'm a trans man in Texas being discriminated against, and I need you to buy my stuff so I can move out" narrative. According to her, the items were very expensive, with her saying one of them cost her an entire paycheck. But despite their costs, the quality was terrible. One of them instantly broke apart, another arrived already shriveled up and had to be pulled extremely tight in order to be usable. And if that wasn't inconvenient enough, this TikToker discovered that it was only the case because Tyler likes to model their creations before they're sold, meaning they were adapted to Tyler's size, which was significantly larger. And on top of all these defects, some of the rows of beads were missing or screwed up.
See,
And
I
oddly
knew
enough,
something
she
will be
claims
here,
that the bracelets were
and I knew
greasy,
that.
which I can only assume is the result of Tyler's modeling.
It came greasy, like, and I thought this was a shipping issue, but no, it is like genuinely just like it is greasy. Like I feel the grease residue on my fingers right now.
Imagine priding yourself on your work as much as Tyler does, only for the reputation of your work to be that it's covered in grease. Must be sad for anyone not named Colonel Sanders. But I don't mean to reduce Tyler to a bead stringer. We're dealing with a much more all-around, jack-of-all-trades type of artist. Back before Tyler became Two-Spirited, around the time of the pandemic, Emily was a singer. And according to a Tumblr post, they'd even auditioned for The Voice when they were 15. While they didn't make it on the show, they went back for more 6 years later when they were 21. Unfortunately, I can't find any footage of their auditions for the show, but this is just one of Tyler's many talents. On Tyler Catastrophe's art shop, you can find pretty much every kind of hodgepodge imaginable. So much so that it would be too much to name all of the categories of items laid out here. But to focus on what Tyler offers up only tells half the story, as the other half is what's mentioned by the girl who bought the bracelets. The real engine that makes the bracelets and the paintings fly off the shelves is that Tyler has spent years farming up pity from people online in a variety of different ways. One of the telltale signs that someone is bound to become the laughingstock of the internet is that they chronically overshare and offer up way too much information about their personal lives for no gain whatsoever. Case in point, Tyler's life objective has been to share as many details as possible about themselves online for one note on Tumblr.
If you're a broke boy
boy, just say so.
This particular post is a long,
I'm a
drawn-out,
broke boy.
symbolic letter to Tyler's dad, basically laying out how he ran out on his family in minute detail. As I understand it, he went to a bar and didn't tell anyone, and hid a gun in the house, which Tyler takes issue with because none of them are mentally stable enough to be around one. But things escalated pretty quickly, as Tyler's dad is first described as hitting his wife and then dragging her around with his truck and nearly running her over. Tyler then goes on to say that this traumatic event caused them to have trust issues with men, which is highlighted by Tyler being, quote, nearly raped. I'm not going to make light of or even question this claim, but I will say that generally, I don't think sharing this type of stuff with strangers online is good for you. But ultimately, it is Tyler's choice. Regardless, Tyler talks about how their dad leaving led to a lack of trust in men generally, and then repeatedly says that their dad chose a gun over his family. At the tail end of the post, Tyler references being on psychiatric meds, and at the top, there's a drawing about abandonment. There's also one other old Tumblr post about Tyler's dad, which accuses him of faking disability. I hate seeing my biological father in public with his fake service dog when I am very actually disabled, and know that if it was a real service dog for the tasks he says it performs, he would lose his driver's license and his job. It's always something with that man. He has Tourette's syndrome like I do, but he says that she's for seizures. She isn't. They bought a vest and a random lot of patches on Amazon, and that dog is dumber than a box of rocks. It's so embarrassing. It's interesting that Tyler is accusing their dad of pretending or exaggerating his disability for sympathy, because we'll come back to this topic later. On the other hand, we also have Tyler's mom, who is described as a bit of a gaslighter narcissist type. In the same post that Tyler says their paintings are worth $1,000. Do you really think that the originals for any of these paintings are worth $1,000?
So
No.
some rando, aka the art collector,
1%
just
of
told
you.
me that $1,800, $1,800 was way too much to pay for this gorgeous piece of art right here. That
Gorgeous my
literally
ass,
took me
bro.
A year.
I can draw better. The fuck? Have y'all seen my drawings? Probably not.
And is 4
Unless
feet
you follow
tall.
the TikTok.
So that guy, it's 32,000 now. Yeah, that's how I want to live my life now.
The last piece of info about Tyler's family that they provide on Tumblr is that besides a brother and sister, who I can only assume are biological and children of the same dad, there's also a stepbrother who, according to Tyler, is black and suffered discrimination by southern middle-aged white ladies. Just so we're in the clear here, counting Tyler, that's 4 siblings, counting the ones that aren't blood-related. Yet, in the post about Tyler's mom, she supposedly has 10 kids. Either this woman has been pumping out Oklahomans like there won't be a tomorrow, or Tyler deliberately avoids explaining that his mom just remarried someone else with a bunch of kids so that his family sounds more like Encanto. But it's when we get to around age 20 that the story gets to a pretty interesting wrinkle. You see, on Tyler's old Tumblr, there are a few posts like this one. Being disabled in the very specific way that I am is so strange. Like, I can't bend over, I'm in a constant level of pain at all times, and my body just stops breathing if I'm not actively telling it to. But I'm still very capable of lifting heavy objects, if their starting point isn't on the floor, or even going on moderate length hikes if I have a cane handy. So like, I think I could carry a few of my wheelchair using friends in the event of an emergency. But there's also a thought that I'll probably be a wheelchair user by the time I'm 30. I don't know, man. Life is weird. Don't get hit by cars. This is the second time I've made a video on an unreliable narrator who claims to have a social circle of severely physically disabled people. Tyler says a few of my wheelchair using friends. And tell me if I'm wrong here, but that sounds like more than 2 at least. I find that statistically unlikely unless your job requires you to work with people with disabilities. Secondly, although the post attempts to sort of beat around the bush a bit, the whole point of it is to advertise that Tyler's been in a bad car crash that has severely affected their life. In another post, more specifics are provided, with Tyler saying that the surgeons put their shattered rib cage back together, and how they can no longer bend over at the waist without feeling extreme pain, on top of chronic pain where Tyler feels like they're being stabbed from the inside every few days. Based on the dates, this surgery took place in late 2019, which leads me to think the car crash also happened around that time. And in an Instagram post which featured Tyler, more details about the crash were given. Tyler was hit by an SUV in 2019, leaving him physically impaired. He is now missing a rib, has 2 titanium ribs, and suffers from chronic pain. On a podcast, Tyler retold this story, adding the information that they had been riding on a bike and there was no traffic light, which technically made the accident their fault. Because of the amount of information provided provided by Tyler, people were actually able to find the crash report from the right date, with the right vehicles, and with a matching description of Tyler, which labeled them as at fault for the accident. By going over the crash report, we can find some things that Tyler neglects to mention or outright says the opposite of. The crash wasn't just labeled Tyler's fault because of some technicality. Tyler failed to yield the right of way. It's also worth mentioning that the vehicle Tyler got in a crash with had a 7-year-old girl in it. Lastly, and this I'm actually dubious on, Tyler was apparently unlicensed, or at least didn't have their license with them when the crash went down. All of this is to point out that Tyler was clearly in the wrong in this situation, yet spent years making themselves out to be the victim. It obviously sucks that Tyler got injured, and that shouldn't be wished on anyone, but the other driver did not do anything wrong, at least according to this report. In a Tumblr post about it, Tyler says, "I was hit by an SUV while riding in October. People who ride for thrills forget that car drivers who don't also ride aren't trying to look for or even see motorcyclists, and they put everyone on the road in danger. In fact, most motorcyclists don't have motorcycle licenses and don't have the skills to avoid risk, and way too many riders seek it out." I'm gonna say here that there's a chance Tyler's actually being self-aware, and this is basically from the perspective of someone who has been reckless while riding a bike. But ever since the accident, Tyler has always put an apostrophe and tried to justify why they weren't actually at fault for the crash. So I don't think that's what's happening here. For some reason, Tyler doesn't see the irony in talking about how some unlicensed bikers are reckless, when that's exactly why they got hit by an SUV in 2019. Besides the story of the crash itself conflicting with Tyler's claims, there's also the after effects, which Tyler has spent years bringing up, even blaming the crash on why they lost their singing voice, or being told by doctors they'd never sing again. Tyler also says that this crash caused PTSD so severe that it completely went away in less than a year, and Tyler went right back to riding his motorcycle by August of 2020. To add insult to injury, in 2021, Tyler wrote this post. "So a giant truck rear-ended my motorcycle today, and I'm really glad I saw him coming and held the brake a bit longer than normal, because I almost ended up in the middle of a no-light intersection. The only real damage was a reflector on my license plate, but I was pretty shaken because the PTSD from my last crash is still pretty fresh." But the driver was an older black gentleman, and he was super apologetic and explained that his brakes had been acting up and that he misjudged the distance and handed me a $100 bill. I'm honestly just glad he hit me and not some other white person, because I know a lot of people in the Dallas area would have immediately called the police, and I know I would never involve the cops in anything I do. I just hope he takes it as a sign to get his brakes fixed, because I have a feeling that he won't get so lucky twice. I should probably light a candle. Once again, I must ask the question, what does race have to do with any of this? Why is it even being brought up that the truck driver is black? Why is it being brought up that any other white person would have called the cops? Tyler's making it out as if this truck driver isn't driving around with busted brakes and rear-ended the bike. I can't think of a greater example of the bike cuck mentality than getting rear-ended, and your first thought is, I'm glad this happened to me and not some racist white person, because then this black truck driver who rear-ended me would get in trouble. The cherry on top of this story is you have to consider Tyler wrote this and posted it to Tumblr, again, to advertise how much of an ally they are, that they won't even complain about getting rear-ended if a black person does it. Jokes aside, this whole crash thing was one of Tyler's last notable Tumblr posts, because from this point onwards, they took their business over to TikTok. Their first available posts on the platform are pretty much the same as what they ended up posting there since, complaining about life a lot, promoting homemade jewelry, and hopping on whatever audio is trending on TikTok at that moment. Even if Tyler didn't get into a bunch of controversies later on, these videos are entertaining enough to get a bunch of traction, because some of it is unbelievable.
Random people used to come up to me on the street and tell me that the way that I looked is how they pictured Jolene from the Dolly Parton song Jolene.
But it wasn't all hate. One of their videos about paintbrushes got a ton of views and engagement, as well as one showing a painting inspired by a now deceased Minecraft YouTuber named Technoblade. But as you can imagine, combining the attention from the TikTok communities revolving around art, Minecraft YouTubers, and social issues, the fanbase Tyler grew was pretty sensitive when it comes to hot topic issues. Naturally, the more attention Tyler got, the higher a standard they were held to. And this generally leads to an almost inevitable fall from grace. At some point, Tyler decided to capitalize on the fan base that was slowly coming together on TikTok, and this materialized into crowdfunding. Tyler wanted to raise money to purchase a suit to attend a wedding, and it actually worked. So Tyler got to thinking bigger. And this is when we get into another fascination, England. After all, Tyler does come from Tumblr, and those people have had a very strange fascination with England ever since the website started. In the 2010s, this was so prominent that a new term was created to describe Americans who fetishize being British, Teaboos. In 2022, Tyler visited the country and was overtaken by a strong sense of culture shock, talking about how amazing it is. Advertisements are way more pleasant here. Even the YouTube ads, and we all know how anti-ad I am, but it was nice to see. English people have a tendency to become immediately flabbergasted if I compliment them or offer assistance of any kind. I plan to do it more just so they become a little less surprised when people are kind. I told my mother I had fallen in love with England and wanted to move permanently. With this newfound appreciation for the British also came fantasies of dating a European hunk and living there. Except there was one major issue. Tyler is broke.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Well, not really, because if you can afford to live comfortably enough that you spend all of your time recording TikToks and stringing beats together, you're not actually broke. But basically, Tyler needed some cash to fulfill their British dreams, specifically $22,000, which led to the launch of a GoFundMe. So far, no issue. I believe it's anyone's right to shake their coffee can at strangers online, no matter how silly their dreams may be. However, it's when you purposely mislead your potential donors that things start to get questionable. Here's how the description of the fundraiser reads. Hi friends, my name is Tyler and I'm a disabled transgender artist from Oklahoma, currently stuck in Texas. I've been given an amazing opportunity to move to England and further my art career, and considering everything that's currently working against my safety here, I'm doing everything I can to make it happen. I don't want to have to live in exhaustion and fear for the rest of whatever life I have left, and I'm hoping that it isn't too much to ask for. So if anyone is at all willing and able, I would greatly appreciate any cent of support that could possibly help. This fundraiser will help with bills, medications, updated documents, moving fees, plane tickets, and finding housing once I'm able to. This opportunity means the world to me, and I'm hoping that once I'm stable enough, I'll be able to help others as well.
I'm
Now,
most
this
likely
sounds
losing
relatively
because
harmless, all
money
things
is
considered.
needed.
At most, you can say that Tyler has a penchant to lean too heavily into the I'm endangered narrative to try and guilt trip people into paying up. The way I see it, the greatest threat to Tyler's well-being is not Texas. Instead, it's the red Yamaha and intersections without traffic lights. What isn't true is the part where Tyler says they got an opportunity to move to England and further a career in the arts. On TikTok, Tyler spoke about a job offer that came during the first tourist visit to England in 2022.
But the actual job itself will be in an art studio with a group of just amazing artists who run a nonprofit, and I'll be able to make things and just do all the things that I do for myself just on a larger level.
But according to Tyler, the offer fell through at the last minute. Like most half-truth merchants, Tyler expects people to simply not follow up or question the things being said on the TikToks. So they keep talking about this dream job opportunity until every last drop of sympathy can be squeezed out of the audience without ever actually explaining what the job was supposed to be. Because of course, the more details that Tyler provided, the clearer it became that this whole thing is a lie. In 2025, Tyler decided to do the opposite of coming clean, and instead accuses the people who supposedly had the job offer of ghosting and feeding false hopes. Namely, Tyler blames British artist Stuart Semple for being misleading, and in one post even outright says that Stuart was at fault for leaving him almost homeless and halting his career and ruining his desire to paint.
I was supposed to have a job in England waiting for me, and then they pulled out at the very last minute. Actually, Stuart Semple. So I asked him point blank, hey, can I have a different job in the studio and I'll just move to England? I'll raise the funds myself. I'll pipe out to be out by this date. Could it happen? And he said yes. So what do? I put my career on hold, sell basically almost everything else I own, start turning down opportunities thinking I'm going to be in a different country when they happen, doing the work because I go all in or nothing. And what does he do? He ghosts.
The word homelessness and the idea that Tyler was selling off stuff in America to move only to get their hopes dashed starts popping up a lot around this time, and the complaining about being tricked by Stuart really starts boiling over, which eventually got Stuart's attention and a reply. Years ago, Tyler swung by. Nice bloke. But visiting the studio isn't a job offer. Tyler saying he was close to me in the studio was an overstatement. He sent a lot of messages to a lot of the crew, and I know everyone was lovely to him. I think one of the crew members was in touch with him a bit more. He may have felt we were friends, but perhaps to us it was a little less than that. We were pretty hospitable when he passed through. He spent about half an hour with me, and eventually he asked me for a job. I was trying to be nice and said if he ever made it back to England, we could talk about it. He was really lovely, and I wish him well, but sadly there was never a job offer. Certainly nothing that should have made him sell all of his his belongings and planned to move halfway across the world. Even then, some people were still considering the possibility that Stewart may have miscommunicated with Tyler due to the "we could talk about it." But Stewart then took to Reddit and shared messages he had with Tyler where it's very clear that no job offer was ever made. He then further clarified he was given a firm no from the studio a little later. My assistant was very clear with him. We swapped a couple of DMs a few weeks later, and it felt very much like he understood that there was no hard feelings. And he was talking about applying for a job in another studio. He was fully aware there was no job. It was his choice to carry on with the crowdfunding and his attempt to move to England. Again, I do wish him well, and I really hope that he makes it to the UK if that's what he wants. So at this point, you can see what Tyler was doing, lying about a story for sympathy to explain why their life wasn't going the way they wanted. And this brings us to the breaking point. The big reason why anyone even knows Tyler Catastrophe exists in the first place. Wilbur Soot. Wilbur used to run a channel called Soot House that got a ton of views and engagement, where he and his friends read posts from Reddit and other sites to laugh at them. Then in 2020, when Minecraft YouTuber Dream was blowing up, Wilbur joined his server and became a part of that whole phenomenon, growing a fan base of a few million subscribers. This eventually allowed him to transition out of being a typical YouTuber and into a full-blown musician with his band Lovejoy. While YouTubers making music generally has a negative connotation, in this case the band has been fairly successful, reaching tens of millions of plays on some of their songs. But things took a turn for the worse in 2024 when Wilbur's ex-girlfriend, Shubble, claimed that she had been in an abusive relationship. Specifically, she claims that this ex-boyfriend would repeatedly bite her even after she had communicated she wasn't okay with it.
And I would yell out the safe word because it hurt so bad. He'd clamp down even harder. I'd say the safe word and he'd grind his teeth down on my skin.
While she didn't name Wilbur as the target of her allegations, people figured it out pretty quickly by simply checking the time frame of when Shubble claimed this happened and when she was with him. This was huge news at the time, and a lot of his former associates distanced themselves pretty quickly. Wilbur eventually responded, where he made a few concessions, but did fire back at the more serious claims. He says that Shubble's feelings are valid, and that towards the end of their relationship, he became slobbish, disrespectful, and selfish. However, he claims that the allegation of abuse related to him biting her was shocking to him, because, in his words, throughout our relationship, I understood from our numerous conversations and text message exchanges that this behavior was consensual, playful, and reciprocally enjoyed. At the end of the day, I wasn't there, and I have yet to see dead to rights evidence that either side of this situation is definitively in the right. What seems to have pissed people off the most is that although Wilbur presented as if he were apologizing and saying he sought therapy to fix his issues, his response actually lacked a straightforward apology. Shubble then addressed Wilbur's response and doubted he was being genuine in it, and as this drama broke out, even more allegations were made towards Wilbur, pretty much cutting him off from his past as a well-connected Minecraft channel. The stan base around him from the Minecraft days died, but the band Lovejoy has continued despite everything, with a decent level of success, all things considered. And this is where Tyler Catastrophe comes in. Tyler has always identified...
I'll real quick do this because I'll actually no, never mind. I was gonna host it, but I remember
is a huge fan of Wilbur Soot and his band. They even wanted to audition for it at some point. In a fit of extraordinary delusion, Tyler even offered to become Lovejoy's second vocalist.
So hi, Lovejoy. Do you want a second vocalist? My name is Tyler Salona. I'm 26 years old. I live in Texas, but I'm trying to move to England anyway. I'm a massive extrovert. I've been performing since I was 10, and in 2019, I was actually a semi-professional vocalist, but then had to spend almost 5 years getting my voice back after losing it completely because someone hit me with their car.
Whenever Tyler wants something really bad, the accident always comes up without fail. It's a pretty crafty move. This is kind of unrelated, but I got my wisdom teeth removed a year ago. This is what I looked like, so please subscribe or I will literally die. In December 2022, Tyler wrote, Wilbur Soot being an age-appropriate crush really is a huge win for me. I'm not even sure I like men, but damn if I wouldn't romance him. I'd candlelight dinner and rose petal footpath him. Hands down, bro. But this fixation on Wilbur went even further back.
I have had a crush on Will Gold since 2019 when I heard him laugh in the background of someone else's video, and it felt like life itself leaned in to listen.
Tyler then describes how they don't have many romantic interests, but Wilbur in particular was extremely fascinating.
And since then, I have only briefly dated one other person, who was wonderful, but it didn't work out. And so in all of that time, regardless of how many people have tried and been interested in me, I have not been able to find the interest for any single one of them. Because I have a fucking crush on a guy I have interacted with once.
Apparently, the two have even met in real life when Tyler attended a Lovejoy show. This moment meeting Wilbur was so magical that they've continued to crush on him for years. The brief meeting even inspired Tyler to start making music again.
And I don't even officially know his sexuality. I have tried so hard to move on from this, to let it go, because I want so badly for it not to cross over into parasocial territory. He somehow managed to make me want to write music again, something I have not done since my last band broke up in 2019 and I got hit by a car and couldn't sing anymore.
Tyler spends the entirety of this 3-minute video talking about this one-sided obsession with Wilbur Soot, with the main goal of even talking about it being to finally address it so it can just be out in the open and hopefully put the entire thing to rest. This obviously did not work, as talking about something to hundreds of random strangers around the world usually just makes more people aware of it, and thus makes more people talk about it. But even with how silly that stated intention is, a big point of conversation around this whole issue has been the idea of a parasocial relationship. This is something Tyler acknowledges in the video, that there is a one-sided fascination with a person you do not know. In the age of the internet, this idea has become increasingly widespread, as headlines have come out of horror stories where obsessive fans stalk streamers. While this is the most extreme end of the spectrum, there are in-betweens like what Tyler's fallen into, where the fan doesn't pose a physical danger to the object of their ire, but nonetheless, the parasocial relationship has negative consequences. In this case, apparently Tyler has turned down potential romances because the people they meet in real life fail to live up to their expectation of Wilbur Soot. Of course, the great irony here is that in the hypothetical world where Wilbur did actually fly out Tyler Catastrophe and attempt to fill the Grand Canyon, so to speak, they would still be disappointed, because Wilbur Soot and any YouTuber anyone watches is not the idealized version they present, or the version of them that some fans will conjure up in their heads. As beloved or hated as they may be online, in real life, they are real people with real flaws. But the parasocial obsession with Wilbur has clearly blinded Tyler to that, instead only seeing him as the British indie rock guy he presents himself as.
So no matter how many times I try to sweep this under the rug and move on with my life, there's always that little thing in the back of my head saying, there's a non-zero chance. Oh my god. Because honestly, it doesn't matter what I'm doing any day ever for the rest of my life. If he was like, hey, do you want to get dinner or something? I'd say yes. Obviously, I'm delusional. It's fine.
As you could imagine, within a short period of this video being released, Tyler went viral, being branded as the cringy Lovejoy fan from TikTok.
I do not think that Wilbur Soot is an abuser. This is just a reminder that I still feel that way.
Now, if this was coming from a teenager, it'd be a bit more understandable, even if still absolutely delusional and parasocial. But in 2019, Tyler was already grown up enough to be riding around on a motorcycle and getting hit by SUVs. We aren't talking about a kid here. We're talking about a fully grown-up adult who has continued to actively fantasize about dating Wilbur Soot for years. Another issue Tyler ran into regards the allegations around Wilbur. The reason why I was kind of middle of the road regarding the claims made when I brought them up earlier is because I just don't know what happened with him and Shovel. I wasn't there, and while I'm not going to accuse anyone of lying, I'm also not going to jump on the train to accuse Wilbur without definitive evidence, even if I myself have to admit that his response to the allegations was not very good by YouTuber standards. With that being said, among younger Minecraft stans, and especially the audience that Tyler has built, you're kind of expected to believe allegations unquestioningly, and as a result, anything opposing that can get you in some serious hot water with those people. When Shovel came out with her claims about Wilbur, despite having no solid information on it and only having met the guy once, Tyler instantly took to antagonizing Shovel on Tumblr. If Shelby Shovel has no haters, assume I never existed, cause I'd still be hating from the grave. I wish Wilbur Soot would call me baby. Can I be honest now? I can't stand a Shovel. Like, in general. Not a fan. In the hashtags of this second post, we once again see the phrase age appropriate, which really confuses me. Why is this being emphasized in the first place? I'm not implying anything, I'm just genuinely wondering if this is something people regularly say on Tumblr, or if it's just Tyler that does it. Besides coming to his defense, Tyler basically bragged about being parasocial and stalkerish, made clever little references to the kind of abuse Wilbur was accused of, and even shared a fan fiction about him. At 2:14 a.m., the signal was supposed to go so dead. Wilbur, or the man the world knew as Argbur, had spent a year building a world out of digital shadows, hiding his heat in the static, because he was too cowardly to even say the words out loud. But when the rain started falling on the bridge and the departure clock began to
fuck is
tick, the
going on
poetic
with this
metaphors crumbled into raw, bleeding desperation. You were supposed to be on a plane. You were supposed to leave everything behind for a life lived in the light. But you didn't choose it. You couldn't. The tags on this post include angst, happy ending, too much kissing, smut, praises, and multiple orgasms. Humanity is beautiful. After years of all these questionable
Orgasm?
elements of Tyler's
What the
online
fuck?
presence had gone completely unnoticed, their public parasocial attachment to Wilbur Soot had people scraping through Tyler's content and scrutinizing everything they'd done up until this point. The reason it took off so much is because, one, TikTok people don't play about those accused of abuse, and
Yeah.
two, people made fun of Tyler for just being generally cringe.
And I know I
I
can
wonder
pull,
why.
and thinking to myself, hey, I bet if this guy knew me, he'd probably like me back. If there's a chance. Is also not parasocial.
But as the criticism flooded in, Tyler's first response was to downplay it.
It's embarrassing to publicly admit that you have a crush on someone. Yes. But having a crush about a person you don't know is not inherently wrong. I'm not out here writing self-insert fanfiction or building a shrine to our love in
You
my
just
fucking
did.
closet. And y'all are out here acting like I trained an AI chatbot to talk like him. And for the record, we are strictly against AI in this house, just so you know.
I don't really know why they're bringing up these examples as if those were crossing the line when Tyler
Yeah.
is on the record sharing self-insert fan fiction about Wilbur Soot. It's honestly not that far away from making an AI chatbot to talk to him.
If he asked me out, I would say yes. That is all I said.
I don't mean to be the crusher of hopes and dreams, but this is the kind of thing someone should only do in private because of how strange it is. Tyler Catastrophe is the latest iteration of a long line of people who have lost track on why human beings have a biological built-in function of cringing. We feel bad for embarrassing ourselves because it's a sign of social dysfunction. Now, while it's true that Tyler made a series of bizarre, questionable decisions, people also went overboard in the other direction. As documented by Tyler, several people were sending death threats and making fun of them for self-harming in the past. Found your mom.
Starve yourself. You'll be more respectable.
What began as a one-sided obsession with Wilbur Soot had now turned into a one-sided obsession from anonymous people with a cringy TikToker. Who, cringe as they may be, Tyler is relatively harmless. This kind of hatred is just not warranted whatsoever. In videos about Tyler, commentary channels repeatedly hit on Tyler's desire to move to the United Kingdom, saying that it was another manifestation of their borderline stalker desire to be near Wilbur. But Tyler fired back, basically saying that the move and the fixation on Wilbur were actually totally unrelated.
If y'all think I would make a massive, life-altering decision that takes years of work to achieve, just because I was willing to admit on the internet that I think a musician I don't know has a pretty laugh, then y'all really have the wrong idea.
While this may be true, Tyler still failed to understand
Pretty sure
why
you have
people
the
were
wrong
even
idea as
creeped
well.
out by this obsession with Wilbur in the first place. But Tyler's story went the way that most of these stories go. Eventually, the fortitude to keep rolling with the punches was worn down. An anonymous person, speculated to be Tyler, made a post to the r/advice subreddit. Hello, I am a 27-year-old queer artist that has recently become a target of online bullying, harassment, and misinformation. Without revealing too much of identity, I am being flooded with loads of hate from individuals as young as children to people older than me. Countless videos and posts have been made about me, attacking my art, shaming the amount I charge for each piece, my fashion sense, my identity, my singing, my medical history, my love life, etc.
He'd probably like me back.
Now, I'm not one to care what others think of me, but it's become quite a disruptive time for me and people who may know me and my art business. I've been getting fake orders from my shop where people make a refund right after purchasing, refunds on a GoFundMe I've set up to help me with expenses out of my hands, entire TikTok pages and Reddit dedicated to me, and more. I've been researching my legal options here, but it's just too vast that I'm not sure what to do. Additionally, I live in a red state, so I'm not sure how seriously it'll be taken by lawyers and professionals and all that jazz. If any other poor soul has suffered anything like what I'm currently having to bask in, any advice on what I can do? Someone left a comment saying that hiring a lawyer would be pointless and that they could tell who was making the post, and it was deleted shortly thereafter. But the post itself does show that Tyler was looking for a solution to the current predicament, with the next attempt being a video addressing everything. The first walk back regards being two-spirited, with Tyler saying they tried to bury the entire thing because it was stupid to do in the first place.
I do not refer to myself as two-spirit. I have mistakenly done so in the past, and I am genuinely sorry.
Now that he was allowed back in the teepee, he moved on to discussing Wilbur Soot, apologizing for defending Wilbur in regards to his allegations.
And because I saw a lot of people treating Wilbur's statement as an admission of guilt, when to me it did seem genuine and like he honestly didn't understand the extent of the harm
What?
he'd done and was doing therapy and stuff to be better in the future, I felt very strongly about the way it was being treated from an outside perspective.
Tyler basically says that it was a mistake to ever speak about it in the first place, given the limited
Yeah,
information the
it
public had
was.
at that time. The final acknowledgement regards the trip to England, where the studio had supposedly made a job offer, only to retract it. Tyler admits that Tony Semple and his collaborators hadn't done anything wrong, and that the truth had been stretched to paint Tyler in a more sympathetic light. There was, in fact, no real job offer in the first place.
I wound up blaming Stewart for a lot of things that were entirely on me, and now it's a lot bigger than any of it should have been.
Because of how viral this whole situation had been, word actually made its way to Wilbur Soot himself, who made a brief attempt to address it.
And I know what a lot of you are thinking, because obviously I've seen what people are saying on the internet, and no, it's not about a specific person. And if I can be quite frank, I think the way that I think parasocial relationships needs to be something discussed. But the way.
Okay, wait. I need to show y'all something. I'm so fucking amazed right now. I'm genuinely so fucking amazed right now. I just DM'd fucking Unrivaled. I genuinely got so amazed. I DM'd Unrivaled. Mr. Unrivaled, bro. Fuck. Dude. I'm so fucking dumb. Okay, we have to check the there's fuck. I genuinely went to DM some fucking dude that is from the mods, and Unrivaled was the first one I saw. I straight up DM'd him. I did not expect to get Vegeta this soon, bro. Where's the goat? Where is the hot fusion? Where is he? Here you are. Huh. I get that from Nightmare or Hard. Okay. I do have stat transfers. Like, people I can transfer stats. Yeah. You, for example. You know what? No, not so. Let's give Kaido's stats because I don't use Kaido. Alright. Kaido is locked. Who is SPA? Oh, range, my bad. There. For sure there's no one else I can... no. Really? There gotta be someone. There's gotta be someone. No? Right. I don't like the fact it just stops it. Okay, now let's reroll ruler on the goat, on the hot fusion. Let's hope it will be quicker this time. Here. Dude, I'm genuinely fucking, I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, took a screenshot on accident with metal. Yeah, I'll move to my private low-key because ping is a bit low. Wrong summon. Okay, let's move to the private. All right. Upgrades. Vegito. Here you are. That's much better. Well, now we're waiting on this. We're gonna grind the new portal, of course, because, I mean, we need to. I'm watching JJ's videos.
Jump Showdown's Ryu moveset has been quite controversial. Oh my god. Oh, hell no. However, their moveset has something not even JJS has attempted. That's right. They've given Ryu a custom domain expansion that actually looks pretty cool, and it's quite overpowered as well.
Someone already has Goku Black. Alright, that I've seen enough. Someone has Goku Black already. What the fuck? Yeah. You know what? Let's just keep watching the random video.
Some people go about talking about this person online makes me a bit fucking sick. It's kind of bullying. it's kind of ridiculous. And this is just my way of saying I'm not going into it. And I think that the people making fun of this person, a lot of them are just as parasocial. And I think everyone needs to take a good look inwards, all right, and figure themselves out. Yeah, you stare long enough into the abyss, and the abyss stares back into you.
It's clear that he doesn't want to really bring attention to this drama, but there is some truth to his point that many of the people talking about Tyler have taken it too far. It's clear that he doesn't really want to make this a bigger conversation than it already is, and he probably did the best he could with that intention in mind. Of course, parasocial attachments, especially ones being paraded around in public, aren't healthy and can make people feel extremely uncomfortable. But harassing people in their DMs over it isn't good either. Tyler quickly found out about the response and decided to throw in the expected 2 cents. Yes, I've seen the clip from Wilbur's stream. I'm very grateful he said something before the song releases, especially because it probably would have really sucked for me if he hadn't, but it also really sucks that he needed to. Either way, I know a lot of people wouldn't have ever said anything, so the fact that he did is something I appreciate very much, and likely always will. I still wish him and the band all the best, even if one new song will probably be difficult to listen to for a while. While Tyler is still the same parasocial person that thinks being Portuguese makes you two-spirit or whatever, as of right now, they haven't really done anything terrible that warrants the level of hate they got. To be honest, after looking into the whole thing, I'm surprised it got as big as it did. Did Tyler lie about the job offer with Stewart? Yes, and that should be corrected. And the GoFundMe's existence is pretty unnecessary even without that falsehood being addressed. As of now, the GoFundMe has raised 3/4 of its goal, so maybe Tyler will end up moving to England in the end, living the rest of life as a tea-drinking, crumpet-eating bead seller. Only time will tell. I've been Chicken Thomas. Thanks for watching.
Alright. The videos will be on pause real quick because I wanna keep the play. We aren't buying that's for sure. This though, I think we might need those two. I mean, we need this. I think we might need this. I seen people doing the new event, the Geneva event. Yeah. Is there some hell sword? That's for Geneva. Okay. So we have to do that as well for Gogeta. So I might go ahead and do that. But there is also people doing the boofing, which I want to check, because if it is, I'm generally gonna be pissed. Thank God. The boofing. Boo, 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 new stages. Here. That was that? No. No. I think the problem with those things is that they don't really say where everything is. I just remembered it was raids. Okay, yeah, here, absorption. Halo I get from here. Okay. 9. Wait. 8 for the crystal and Magimark, and then +4. 2,300. Okay, Gogeta, I'm definitely getting tomorrow. Yeah. I'll do raids later. I wanna do more portals to finish with that quickly. Alright.
When live streamers leak
Wavy
career-ruining
Webster,
chaos
thank you.
follows.
I mean, I am open to getting investigated. Like, actually.
I just clicked the fucking link at 2 a.m. The morals didn't catch up to me.
When I landed on that page, I realized I was doing this live.
When you're live, all it takes is one misclick and your life can instantly be ruined. Which brings us to our first story.
Dude, I'm sorry. Like, I have like 3 terabytes of hentai on my hard drive, bro. You go to a site, some shit downloads on your shit. You don't fucking want it.
Man reveals extremely suspicious link on live stream. Showing your goon folder on stream is already disastrous enough on its own. But when the content inside has people thinking you should be in prison, well, that's a whole nother level of exposing yourself on stream. Lakari, real name Tremel Tennyson, is a 36-year-old Texas porn Twitch streamer who initially found success as a speedrunner and later a variety streamer.
Hello, Cuco.
Hello.
I'll never forget your soft, delicious Asian feet and giant wet booty.
Lakari's ability to both entertain and
I get
network eventually landed him a spot in OTK, putting him in the orbit of streaming giants like Mizkif and Asmongold, which in turn would boost the popularity of Lakari just by being close to those guys. Lakari was a bombastic gamer with a sense of humor. A common joke that he leaned into was the fact that he unashamedly watched hentai and was into anime girls.
K-Queen can do this. Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
Now click left click twice, slowly.
Oh! Oh!
The whole "I'm a degenerate gooner that's into hentai" thing was a meme in Lakari's community, a seemingly innocent one for a time. But an on-stream leak that occurred in early 2026 seemingly suggests Lakari's jokes about young-looking anime girls could have been indicative of something more serious. What you're about to witness is the mental unraveling of a man caught on live stream with a link to what many allege to be child sexual abuse material. On January 22nd, 2026, Lakari was live streaming to around 5,000 viewers on Twitch, playing League of Legends, when he attempted to pull up a blank notepad document. And when he pulls up the notepad application, an old notepad doc is open with text that said folder couples teens, and then a web URL was next to it. Well, turns out this link allegedly redirected to online files with some disturbing titles. These names allegedly included references to lolicon, which is drawn sexual depictions of children, bestiality content, teen porn content, family nudism, and one that was literally called Rare Collection. Yeah, and it's important to note that the link that was in Lakari's notepad document, it was highlighted, suggesting that it had been copied and pasted into a browser, perhaps by him. The chat notices the bizarre leak almost immediately, and many of them are typing in chat like, bro, what the fuck was that link? Teens? What was that? Within moments, the clip of Lakari seemingly exposing himself for viewing CSAM was going viral on live stream fails. His stream chat is flooded with people calling him a pedophile.
Shit, you're right. You guys are, oh, dude, stop, man. Dude, cut it out.
Oh, God, I made it in time. Let's go.
I didn't save the link. I literally deleted it. I didn't even fucking open it. I literally deleted it.
If you were to ask me to show you a recording of somebody who has been fucking caught in 4K, I would show you this stream clip. But body language alone isn't Lakari's only problem here. If you were being accused of potentially showing a link to potential CSAM in the middle of a live stream, I think any lawyer in the world would tell you to immediately shut off the stream and keep quiet. But what Lakari does next is what has made this situation so historic, if you will. Instead of shutting everything off and looking into what just happened, Lakari proceeds to stream for another 6 hours, spending almost all of this time hopelessly fighting with people in his chat that are calling him a pedophile. Even if the guy did nothing wrong, he's just sitting there failing time and time again to give a logical explanation as to why he would have such a disturbing link saved and highlighted in a document on his notepad.
How does it end up there? Okay, let me explain what happened. All right?
Yeah, explain.
I was surfing a site. Okay? The shit got downloaded. Like, I didn't trigger a fucking download, it just got downloaded. I opened up the fucking text document. I saw what was in it. I deleted the text document. I deleted it. But the problem with Windows 11 is that even if you delete the text document, it apparently still stays there.
No, the fuck it doesn't.
After I deleted it. I've told you guys 1,000 times that's what happened. Like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I have like a fucking like 3 terabytes of fucking hentai on my fucking hard drive, bro. Like a lot. It's in the fucking investigation, bro. I don't have any of this shit on my PC, man. Oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't fucking do anything. That's why I'm not fucking crying and sobbing, bitch. I didn't fucking do anything, dumbass.
If Lakari really did view illegal content, this stream was damning. The guy was singing like a stool pigeon, despite his moderation team and chat begging him to shut his mouth. At least one of his channel moderators quit during the stream, writing in chat, quote, "In your stream, dude, this isn't funny. This isn't a joke or something you can laugh off. I hope that this somehow was a mistake or a virus, but it's looking real bad. I'm unmodding myself and unassociating with you." And that was the big issue here. Lakari was doing such a bad job explaining himself, it just looked like he thought it was funny that people caught him, you know, allegedly possessing some sort of illegal content. Near the end of the stream, Lakari seems to come to the conclusion that he was going to jail.
2026 is my fucking... I'm going to... Apparently I'm gonna get fucked! I'm gonna drop myself and get fucked in 2026. That's the only thing that's fucking happening in 2026. I'm getting fucked in my ass.
Finally, after a grueling 6-hour
I wonder why.
Lakari would finally end the stream. I think it goes without saying this looked absolutely horrible for Lakari. At best, he was a degenerate gooner, and at worst, the guy had potentially viewed CSAM images and was lying about it. Not long after ending the stream, he would be suspended on Twitch indefinitely and banned from Kick. The social repercussions were felt almost immediately. Folks across the internet were calling the guy a pedo. Even one of his exes came out of the woodwork to comment on the disturbingly named files.
Imagine telling your ex that you got diddled as a kid by a family member, and then finding out on the World Wide Web that's the sick shit he jerks off to.
Diddled?
And now you question every interaction with him, thinking, is he getting off to the ideal?
So what's next? Were the cops coming to Lakari's house and locking him up? Not exactly. A day after the notepad leak, Lakari would release a statement to X, wherein he essentially claimed that if there was illegal content somewhere within that link on his notepad, he didn't view it. A quote from Lakari's X account. During my last stream, I opened a notepad which revealed a link. The list in the link included titles that suggested child sex abuse material further down. I have never consumed this type of content, nor do I think it's acceptable. I decided to keep streaming in an effort to downplay the severity of the situation, which was deceptive. This was a mistake that I deeply regret and apologize for. The link gave access to abusive material for anyone to see. This is serious and harmful. I recognize that trivializing abusive material on stream is not okay and can lead to real harm. It's my responsibility to provide a safe space for my community and peers in it, which I failed to do. I am taking real steps to change my ways. I've admitted myself into a porn addiction recovery program that will last 30 days. During this time, I'll be able to work out there while also receiving professional therapy and treatment for my addiction. Browsing hentai and porn websites as an escape has been a serious problem for as long as I can remember. This treatment will come with an indefinite hiatus to my live streams to allow myself to focus on recovery, so I can hopefully contribute a net positive to society. Now, in my opinion, this is not a satisfactory response. I mean, if you had a notepad link pointing to some giant trove of porn content, some of which that you described as abusive material in your tweet, we're just supposed to believe at face value that you like responsively hand selected, you know, only the above board adult hentai stuff and didn't see anything else? You gotta understand why people might have a hard time believing this. I mean, a normal person would never even find themselves in the proximity to abusive material. At least in my opinion, Lakari was looking sus here. When this explanation didn't satisfy
Definitely.
the masses, days later on January 28th, Licari would follow up, making claims that the content within the notepad link had been, quote, looked into, unquote, and no illegal material was found. He says this, I want to clear up two things while I'm getting my shit together. I'm only into 2D hentai content. I don't watch, seek out, or download real-world 3D porn, and I do not engage with or support anything involving minors in any form. After the stream, the files and links that showed up were looked into. There is no illegal material in them. The problem was how bad some of the titles looked and the fact that I didn't shut things down fast enough on stream. This is on me. I handled everything poorly. I get why people are troubled, and I should have taken it more seriously in the moment. I'm owning up to that, and I wanted these facts to be clear. Thanks for allowing me this time so I can focus on fixing myself. So Licari says he didn't see anything illegal, and he explains that his waffling around for 6 hours is because in his mind, he thought that if he stayed live, it would suggest that he was innocent. Because in his mind, only a guilty person would shut off
Dude,
stream.
key
But
two
I
again.
think to a lot of people, you just look like a fucking dumbass that was trying to cover up something, and you were doing that in an effort to appear as if you were innocent, and also sort of trivializing the situation. As many on X have pointed out, this does kind of feel like one of those, you know, we investigated ourselves and found no evidence of wrongdoing posts from some sort of company. The internet has never truly jived with Licari's excuses in this situation, and there now exists an overall vibe of wariness when it comes to associating with him for obvious reasons. This is still a pretty fresh story after all, at least at the time of me making this video. Licari's future is currently in limbo. While he was unbanned from Twitch in late February of 2026, he hasn't gone live since the day of the notepad incident. The radio silence surrounding him at this moment is a bit eerie. While it's possible that it's nothing more than him getting his life together, after all, he did say that he was literally going to do that, one has to wonder if there is some sort of investigation going on behind the scenes. Or perhaps Licari himself could be planning some sort of big evidence pack where he attempts to forensically disprove that anything in the file pack was CSAM in an effort to clear his name once and for all. While I guess it's reasonable to take him at face value that he's just taking a break, it has been many months at this point, and I wouldn't close the book on those other two situations being possible, so stay tuned. As you can see, when a live streamer loses control of their broadcast, disaster happens. But you know what can be even worse for like the average person is when you lose control of your wallet. Go to partner.excerpt to purchase that great accidentally showing viewer leaked the view botting software while live. Aside from accidentally showing viewers your disgusting extracurricular activity, another way to get banned is view botting. I've seen a lot of discussion around view botting recently, with folks accusing everyone from established Twitch streamers to controversial kick broadcasters of doing it. Everyone gets accused of it, but it's notoriously difficult to prove that people are actually using it, and very few have been caught. And with that said, allow me to introduce you to one of them. Queen Gloria RP is a Brazilian live streamer with 29.1k followers on Kick, and at one point she had about 4,000 on Twitch. Gloria describes her streams as gaming related, but for all intents and purposes, she is nothing more than a goon bait streamer who makes borderline streaming content for donations. I can hear the Wavy Hates Women commenters in the section, but can you just look at what's on screen right now? How is that not an accurate description of what's fucking going on here? But even with
you
her
got
ass and
a
tits
great
on full
point
display,
there.
she couldn't crack high view numbers. And that's when she allegedly turned to the dark arts. On March 18th, 2025, Queen Gloria was broadcasting to Twitch, talking to her chat about her favorite frog species of all things. And she secretly opens up a tab in the background. However, it wasn't actually in the background or much of a secret at all. The window was viewable in the corner of her screen.
Cryptophilia.
Nice fun.
Shit happens. Hi, Chief. Hello.
Yeah, what you're seeing here is some sort of view botting application that allows the user to select the number of views that they want botted, how often to send these fake viewers in, And it even gives the option to have the bot send comments at specific intervals. Gloria stupidly shows the view bot on screen for several seconds until finally minimizing it and realizing she had been caught.
Okay, I will be right back, guys. I'll be right back. I'll just come back in a sec.
Clearly in damage control mode, she shuts down the stream and deletes the VOD, but then
I'm gonna go get
returns,
something to eat.
claiming she only left
hungry.
because there was an OBS issue. Nah, lady, you subtract the O, you got a BS issue, and you're fucking full of it.
You guys still here?
Yeah.
Still here? Oh shit. Internet went out. No, I needed to do a little. My OBS was asking me to
Update.
reset something, and I needed to stop streaming. That's so sad. But I'm back.
The clip of her seemingly view botting got almost immediately clipped and was shared on X by the user WizKick, who described themselves as the bot police of Twitch. This person wrote, "Caught in 4K, Twitch streamer Queen Gloria RP accidentally tabs in her ViewBot app on stream today. Panics in stream, deletes VOD, verified on Kick too. Fraud doesn't get clearer than this. Buckle up, the data doesn't lie." Wiz would also take a look at her Kick numbers and point out some statistical discrepancies in screenshots that further implied her stream engagement wasn't organic. And you can see in these graphs, it's like very obvious that there's some sort of manipulation going on here. The face you make when you know your account will be gone in some days. Somebody on that.
Finally.
Now Gloria would
Key
respond
number
to the
3.
botting allegations, and despite being seen with the bot page up on her browser midstream, she denied using it. Gloria responded with this on Twitter, addressing the post accusing me of view botting. It was indeed a major slip, and it's actually funny it happened, but let's talk about it then. About 4 or 5 days ago, my numbers noticeably changed on Kick and Twitch. At first I thought, oh wow, I'm growing, but not a lot of new chatters or followers. The day before yesterday, a friend said, "I think someone's view botting you." And my first reaction was to be really confused. Why would somebody ever spend so much money to view bot me? It didn't make sense. I had never even researched how the process was or how much it costed. Yesterday, a quick Google led me to this website called Dog Hype, and it turns out anyone can view bot anyone without their consent for like 60 cents. What the actual fuck? Is it that easy? I had the thing opened as one of my tabs while I was live streaming and it showed on stream, but I don't and I've never view botted before. If anything, this just shows how a noob and clueless I am to the whole thing. And yeah, I deleted the VOD immediately because I was afraid of, well, people thinking I'm a cheat. She claimed somebody was botting her, it rose her curiosity, and she just happened to be checking it out at the time while she was streaming talking about frogs when numbers were low. I don't know, homegirl. It's like you're at a crime scene next to the dead body with a loaded gun and shell cases littered all around. No, I was just learning how to hold the gun at this particular place and time. I didn't shoot anybody. At the time, folks really had no way to know for sure if Gloria did or didn't view bot. But a pretty strong anecdotal piece of evidence that she did was, well, not long after her statement, Gloria was indefinitely banned from Twitch for violating their terms of service. Any doubt in regard to Gloria's view botting would be crushed the day after her ban when Gloria herself just fully fucking admitted to doing it. I guess she was like, if I'm banned, I might as well capitalize off the drama. On March 20th, 2025, Gloria would upload a video to her YouTube channel titled, "I went viral because I got caught botting on Twitch." In this video, she fully admits that she lied in her previous tweet and was in fact actually botting. Though she did say that it was the only time she had ever used the service. She says once she realized how easy and cheap it was, she just couldn't resist the temptation.
Quick research showed me that actually botting wasn't that difficult. It was quite available, and that tempted me. But I managed to get caught the first time and only time I do it. Okay, let me explain how it all happened, because it is quite funny actually. I got caught up in this really nice conversation about frogs, and we started watching some YouTube videos because I want to build a frog terrarium. While I was browsing through some of those tabs, I then eventually landed on the page of the bot. But I forgot I was screen sharing.
I forgot. No, you fucking didn't.
Maybe because the frogs were really making me excited. I don't know. When I landed on that page, I was like, oh yeah, I was gonna bot. And then I realized, oh fuck. I was doing this live.
The replies in the comment section would be mixed, some congratulating her on taking accountability, while others were just like, "You're a dumb bimbo." Some comments, "Ah yes, you were only botting the one time you got caught. What a coincidence." Another, "It just makes it worse when you go from someone paid for you to have a view bot and you had no idea to now saying you paid for it, but it's the one and only time. Lies on top of lies looks more embarrassing, honestly, just saying."
Rich.
Gloria
Let's
still
go.
occasionally streams on Kick, but as you might imagine, her career continues to be a failure to launch dumpster fire. She really is nothing more than a goon bait streamer, albeit with an interesting badge of being one of the people dumb enough to actually get caught view botting while live on stream. Congratulations, Gloria. We support you and keep chasing your dreams. The deepfake streamer porn scandal. It's not an everyday thing by any means, but yes, there have been a handful of cases of streamers accidentally revealing the porn they watch live on stream. You're playing Fortnite, hit Alt-Tab at an inopportune time, and well, you just showed thousands of viewers exactly what you goon to when the cameras are off. Embarrassing, but not career-ruining. But what happens when
What
the
the
adult
fuck?
content that you leaked on stream is unconsented material of your colleagues and friends? That was the dilemma of Brandon Irwing, aka Atrioc.
I don't know. I just clicked the fucking link at 2 a.m. and the morals didn't catch up to me.
Atrioc is a Twitch streamer from Glendale, Arizona. He's got a long history with Twitch, actually having worked as a company marketing manager for them back in 2014.
I am Ben Fishsticks Goldhaber, and I'm joined, as always, by our awesome co-hosts. We've got Atrioc, we've got Soma, and John Carnage is joining us.
Atrioc left as an employee of Twitch in 2017 and began working for Nvidia, but he was still involved in the Twitch community. Atrioc would meet many figures who would later become big-time streamers. One of note being, at the time, SoCal Smash Melee player Ludwig. Atrioc was able to help Ludwig as a streamer early on thanks to his back-end knowledge of the platform. And his support of Ludwig would be paid back in time, as Lud ends up becoming a big star that could pull strings. While everyone was cooped up during COVID, Atrioc decides to start streaming in a serious capacity on his own. And he found success rather quickly. With his deep roots at Twitch and a powerful ally in the form of the rapidly growing Ludwig, Atrioc was soon rubbing shoulders with high-powered streamers, creators most of you watching are familiar with. He collabed with the likes of Mizkiff, Hassan Piker, QT Cinderella, who is Ludwig's girlfriend, and of course Ludwig himself on dozens of occasions. And it could be said that Atrioc was friends or at least acquainted with tons of other influential streamers like Pokimane, XQC, Maya Higa, and many more. You guys remember that post-COVID era on Twitch where the LA streamers were collabing all the time, playing Among Us, starting mediocre podcasts, and participating in half-baked cooking streams? Atrioc was buddies with some of these guys, and him being in this beneficial network was in many ways thanks to Ludwig. Ludwig was without question one of Atrioc's closest allies on Twitch. After all, the two came up in the industry together and helped one another out immensely at various points in their careers. And it's these facts that make the betrayal we're about to discuss sting even more. On January 26, 2023, Atrioc was streaming to his audience on Twitch while in the midst of a Hitman 3 playthrough. At some point during this stream, he alt-tabs and brings up his background windows, doing so to pull up Google to search for a time conversion.
Literally all I have open.
All opened web browser
Y'all can
tabs
see.
are shown on his stream for what couldn't have been more than milliseconds. But that's all eagle-eyed viewers needed. Among tabs such as YouTube, Discord, and Twitch dashboards was a porn website open in the background. And it wasn't just any porn website. It was a deepfake porn website that trafficked in AI-altered photos of female live streamers, putting the faces of real streamers on fake enhanced bodies. And the photos allegedly present on the tab that Atrioc had opened were deepfake AI images of his colleagues, specifically Pokimane and Maya Higa. The website also allegedly contained deepfake images of Ludwig's girlfriend, QT Cinderella, and other streamers from the Twitch community. And apparently he had watched a paywalled video that featured Twitch streamer deepfakes. Yeah, that's not good. So there are many reasons why this is disturbing and problematic, but allow me to, I guess, yap about a few. Firstly, AI knew deepfake content, unconsented use of someone's likeness, putting them without consent in a sexual pose, Completely unethical. It's violative, and in 2025, this stuff can actually be illegal to make. And I know he didn't make it, but he did look at it. Next, you add in the fact that the celebrity deepfakes on the site were of Atrioc's, so to speak, co-workers. People who had been friendly with him, or at the very least, existed in similar communities online. One of them, of course, being Ludwig's actual girlfriend. That adds a level of depravity and creepiness to the thing. I mean, I wouldn't blame anybody for thinking that it colors his prior interactions with these women IRL and on stream differently. And third and final thing I want to mention is that Atrioc was actually a married man. Yeah, his wife Ariana would on occasion come on his stream and was known by his viewers. So that's a whole nother can of worms. Needless to say, Atrioc was facing career destruction.
10%.
The clip showing him accidentally leaking that he consumed the streamer girl deepfakes broke containment days later on January 30th. And the story exploded after it got on live stream fails. Some were initially hesitant to believe it was as bad as the headline said, but Atrioc himself would take to stream later on the day that the leak went viral, admitting to what he had done in one of the most bizarre apology/confession videos ever uploaded to the internet. In this now notorious all hands on deck live stream, Atrioc with his wife blurredly looming in the background offers vague and panicked apologies while attempting to spin a narrative that he just got carried away and clicked on a few links on Pornhub that led him into paying for deepfake content. To make the whole apology even more Black Mirror-like is that there's just a bunch of fucking unserious chatters spamming walls of emotes throughout all of this.
I want to say first of all that it's true.
Because it seems that they aren't
100%
loaded in yet.
I looked at a deep fake porn video of streamers. It was this one video on the same day, and I just stupidly left the fucking tab open. And it was at 2 a.m. on the night before when Ari was out of town. So, and again, there's no excuse for it. I'm not defending anyway. I think this whole fucking category of stuff is wrong. And I'm in these fucking discords, and I just feel so embarrassing of me. But I was on fucking Pornhub, dude. I was on a fucking regular ass normal fucking website, and there was an ad. There's an ad on every fucking video for this fucking. So I know other people must be clicking it because it's on every fucking video. For fucking deepfake thing, and then I click it, and I'm fucking in this fucking rabbit hole, and at 2 a.m. I don't know, I got morbidly curious, and I click something, and it's just fucking, it's gross. It's gross, and I'm sorry. I really am. I really fucking am.
This is deeply upsetting and extremely embarrassing, but I do believe Brandon in saying this is not a pattern of behavior. You know, he's pretty transparent with everything, keeping all his tabs open all the time, so I'm pretty privy to what he's up to. Brandon always clicks through paywalls, so that wasn't kind of like an obstacle for him. And when he assures me that he'll never do anything like this again, I fully believe that.
And it's something I'm not taking lightly.
Needless to say, Atrioc's response to the deepfake leak wasn't received all too well. He was completely incoherent, and his explanation and excuses for viewing the content were unsatisfactory, to say the least. The stumbled down a rabbit hole explanation is insane. Like, yeah, buddy, you could say that all right. You know, just stumbled down, clicked a couple links accidentally and entered my credit card. How did this even happen? Also, you can't help but feel bad for the wife. The fact that she's just sitting there, clearly emotionally devastated, but still attempting to protect Atrioc as he's admitting to looking at deepfake AIs of Twitch streamer colleagues, is just brutal. It's around this time that those who were allegedly featured non-consensually on the deepfake site, they started speaking out in regard to their thoughts about Atrioc and his behavior, and of course him broadcasting this stuff on stream. Pokemon's response was this, quote, "Stop sexualizing people without their consent. That's it. That's the tweet." Another streamer, Sweet Anita, would say this in response to Atrioc's apology. Quote, "This story was how I found out that I'm on this website. I literally chose to pass up millions by not going into sex work, and some random Cheeto-encrusted porn addict solicits my body without my consent instead. Don't know whether to cry, break stuff, or laugh at this point." Maya Higa, whose deepfake was allegedly on the page that Atrioc had pulled up on his browser, would put out a longer statement, writing this, In 2018, I was inebriated at a party and I was used for a man's sexual gratification without my consent. Today, I have been used by hundreds of men for gratification without my consent. The world calls my 2018 experience rape. The world is debating over the validity of my experience today. The debate over experience as women in this is not shockingly
it's
amongst men.
3%.
None of you should care or listen to what any male streamer's take is on how we feel. But of course, the most intense reaction given their relationship
real.
via Ludwig would come from QT Cinderella. QT
Because of
allegedly
copyright,
had
they
many
can't legally
deepfakes of
say they
herself
want
on this
peace, I
site. And
think.
not only was she distraught about her friend using such a website, but Atriarch's ham-fisted apology and the frenzy surrounding the story had the knock-on effect of sending hundreds of people to that website who would then consume the deepfake content in question. Content Cutie had apparently been spending money already to get removed from the internet.
Fuck Atriarch for showing it to thousands of people. Fuck the people DMing me pictures of myself from that website. Fuck you all. This is what it looks like. This is what the pain looks like.
With the exposure of his disturbing proclivity, Atriarch had burned literally every bridge he had. Even for Ludwig, this was too much. I mean, after all, Lud's girlfriend was directly involved. How could he not cut ties?
I don't want to
Wait, let me see Goku's
be a
evolve.
defender of Atriarch. You know? Like that's not what I want to do. Like I do believe, maybe naively, as the guy who's been scammed for $50,000, that he isn't like a shitty, seedy person who's like secretly jacking off to my girlfriend. Like I don't think that's that guy. I think he fucked up. But sometimes like that's enough. Like one fuck up is enough.
This seemed like the natural end of the road for Atriarch. And while yes, Atriarch's reputation was permanently damaged by this, I have to give him credit for being one of the only disgraced social media figures that has made a good faith effort at reconciling with their mistake. Especially as one as seemingly unrecoverable as this was. And in recent times, he has even managed to earn back the trust of both his audience and some of the colleagues that he crossed by viewing that deepfake content. On March 14, 2023, after a 6-week break, Atriarch would return to Twitch for the first time since his controversy, announcing that not only had he taken serious steps to reconciling, but was working directly to remove non-consensual deepfake content from the internet entirely, using his own money to do so.
Also, if you are a creator on Twitch, if you're female, male, NB, whatever, if you're dealing with this kind of problem and you're lost or confused, or you just don't want to get overcharged, or you just want to know more about what your options are, I am happy. I'm personally happy to catch you up on what I know, help however I can, including possibly financially. Again, I have to make sure I don't have a big income right now, so. But however I can help. Like if you need help on it, I know a lot about it now. I can connect you with the right people, and I think we can help. All right.
Over the next 6 months, Atriarch will spend close to $122,000 helping streamers and online content creators remove their deepfakes from the web. More time would pass, and he would intermittently provide Twitch viewers with updates in regard to this battle. In one update, he revealed that by the summer of 2023, in just 6 months' time, his efforts had resulted in a reported 193,000 pieces of said deepfake sexualized content.
That's really nice to
from
hear.
the internet. The site that he had visited had since been shut down, and many of the female content creators who were on it actually worked directly with Atriarch in his efforts to purge the web of this content.
I'm super proud to say that as of this as of July 9th, we got 193,000 things taken down, and 400,000 DMCA requests submitted. So just I mean, it's going to cost $9 million, I think, is our estimate based on the previous method. And we did it with 120,000, which is just it's fucking awesome.
The road to redemption has been a long one for Atriarch, and he's still walking it, if I'm being honest. This scandal, without a doubt, clipped the wings of his Twitch career, and he'll never be a superstar in the conventional sense because of it. But he has taken the correct steps to at least deserve a modest career as a streamer, I think. And that's effectively what he has going for him now in 2026. It's unlikely that he'll ever be integrated deeply into that upper echelon streamer community in the same way again. Though that being said, some in that community have been willing to forgive him in light of his reconciliatory efforts.
This is a man who has done virtually everything in his power to try and redeem himself. If you still hate him after all of that, that's fine. But like, you know, he still did it. I know. I think you guys need to understand something, but growth is important. I think allowing people to better themselves, especially if they've made an earnest effort to redeem themselves, is a fundamental part of being an empathetic leftist.
In recent times, even QT Cinderella has been able to forgive Atrioc after seeing his good faith efforts, though the jury is still out on the others that were affected by his actions.
So let's talk about it. I mean, there's nothing to talk. For the record, chat, it's nothing. It's just human experience. It's like whatever.
Don't get cocky.
I'm also a forgiver, and I also think Atrioc put more effort into fixing the solution, the problem, than anybody would ever, who else was put in that situation. But I haven't personally spent any time with him yet. I will still talk to him casually about some stuff. But yeah, I haven't seen him in person.
It's unfortunate that sick people out there create this sort of deepfake content, and worse still that Atrioc inadvertently promoted it. But the
I don't want to sit all day on
is
this.
that he was able to get a lot of it taken down. And people nowadays are very much aware of why this stuff is bad, and there are actually laws regarding it. I think it's fair to say that Atrioc's controversy helped put this issue on the radar of lawmakers, and that's why you have stuff like the Take It Down Act, which explicitly forbids the creation of unconsented, deep-fake content made out of people, where it's sexualized. TikTok beggar gets busted by his mom. Many on TikTok have been exposed for faking medical issues or hardship in an effort to get sympathy donations. This fella that you're seeing on screen did exactly that, groveling to his audience. TikToker Hellcat Whippa was live farming donations, telling his chat that family was about to kick him out of the house and that he'd need money for the upcoming...
Wait. I can buy fragment 4 from here. So which fragment is that exactly? Oh, that's fragment 4 as well. Okay, I see.
Hardship he was about to suffer. However, it would soon be proven that wasn't the case when Bro's loving mother walks in midstream, spoiling the entire sob story plot.
Mackenzie ate you. No, get out. Now.
I just got a phone call. I just got a phone call from somebody said you was in your room, you was on TikTok.
Oh, that's cute.
And you said you had to get out by tomorrow.
Go.
Oh, actually.
Go.
Whatever.
Go.
Said you was in
out.
Crying.
Out.
While there really isn't much lore to this, it's fucking hilarious to me that someone this pathetic exists. Like making it your job to villainize your family members, saying that they're kicking you out of the house for TikTok donos, and then your own loving mother walks in concerned for you, saying, people are calling telling us that you're getting kicked out and you're in trouble. Like, it's crazy, bro. If you're gonna be a TikTok beggar, grow some actual balls and fake cancer or something. Jesus.
Yo.
Leaking your crypto wallet live on stream. So have you guys ever seen the clip of the streamer freaking out after accidentally showing his crypto wallet seed phrase and like losing hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Okay. Lads, we're... Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Was that my seed phrase? Where the fuck is my flog at? All the fucking flog is out of my wallet right now? All the shoggy?
This is actually a fake video. Yeah, it's a skit.
Thank God.
I know, because I almost fucking wrote an entire chapter about it before figuring this out. But somebody showing their crypto wallet seed phrase on stream and subsequently getting siphoned has actually happened before. On August 31st, 2023, Brazilian crypto streamer Ivan Bianco, aka Fraternidade Crypto, was live streaming on YouTube when he leaked his crypto wallet seed phrase while attempting to retrieve passwords for the Gala Games platform. For those who don't know, a crypto wallet seed phrase is a string of unique words that must be entered in a specific order to gain access to a crypto wallet. It's a, so to speak, master key and should be protected at all costs if you value your crypto. Which is why most people actually write down their seed phrases and store them in a real-life physically secure location like a safe or a lockbox. But not this guy. Ivan had all of his seed phrases stored within a text file in a notepad document on his computer like a fucking idiot. And well, during a careless moment, he flashed the document on his stream.
Meu e-mail tá deslogado e eu não tô com o celular aqui. Deixa eu ver um negócio aqui rapidão.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Caralho, acho que eu fiz cagada aqui, mano. Nossa, cara.
This is like showing somebody your bank account details on live stream, and realizing his disastrous mistake, Ivan swiftly ended the stream. But it was too late. An anonymous individual watching the stream quickly seized control of the wallet and pilfered over $60,000 worth of funds from it. Returning to stream visibly distraught, the live streamer pled to the ones who had taken his money, saying this, quote, "I accidentally showed my private key live and the person had really quickly sent it to another address. I tried to close the broadcast and send crypto to another address, but it was too late." Ivan claimed that he had lost his life savings and offered a reward if the money was returned. He added that he planned to involve the local police. And I have to say, if you lost your life savings, how are you paying a reward? Thankfully for Ivan, he would get some resolution to his getting robbed issue here, as the man was reportedly able to recover a significant amount of the funds that were taken from him when the viewer who took the money just returned it. I guess they thought it might have been funny to take it, but that's fucking really nice of them, holy shit. Quote, "I recovered $50,000, approximately 86,000 Matic. Everything else is still lost. Incalculable value, as there are NFTs, estimated value of approximately 15,000 still lost." In the stream, he explains that one of the individuals who stole from him had reached out via Discord and had returned a significant portion of the funds. Ivan would also receive a bit of backlash, with some thinking this whole ordeal was fake for publicity, which he calls absurd, saying that he had filed a police report and everything about it, which to me suggests that it was real. And well, you made it to the end of the video. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Let's see. Okay.
TikTok pranks have essentially devolved into full-on criminal activity. People are filming themselves breaking into homes, disrupting businesses, making criminal AI deepfakes, calling it pranks, and cashing in big time. It's kind of becoming a serious issue. Like, I feel bad for retail employees right now, because holy shit, you guys seem to be the prime targets for these assholes and their activities. Now, thankfully for all of us, the legal crackdowns are coming against these people, as our first prankster learned recently.
Police say Arizala first showed Melanie Valentine an AI video of her truck being stolen, then tried to get her into his car.
Wait, what? What happened?
The AI TikTok criminal prankster. AI is being used by pranksters in various ways to trick unwitting members of the public. One format that has become popular is secretly taking a photo of somebody and then generating an AI video of that person doing something scandalous. You know, take a picture of a dude and have him make out with another man kind of thing. Then you show the person the fake video and film their stunned and often outraged reaction to it.
They say you were the last person to talk to him, and they sent a video, so are you with him?
What the fuck?
Wendy, tell these fucking people to stay away from me. What's going on? Get the fuck out of here. Get away from me. Get away from me. Absolutely walk away from us.
This deceptive
No,
AI
yeah, it's
prank
understandable.
format
What
has
the
been used
fuck?
to conduct illegal activity, and its popularity is mostly thanks to 22-year-old Florida man Alexis Martinez Arizala. On TikTok, he's AJ's POV, and man, this guy is truly out here
Wants
fucking
to
with it.
save
He was
Something
talking
about-
to my auntie, and she wants his number. That's my auntie.
What? Yo, hold the fuck,
I
did you do that?
Did you see the video? He kissed her.
Alexis's content is a twisted combination of voyeurism, gaslighting, and AI exploitation, all slapped together with the sole purpose of humiliating innocent members of the public for content. As I showed earlier, a lot of this stuff is just showing people fake videos of themselves kissing someone they didn't actually kiss. But Alexis's stunts get even more concerning than that. The guy would take pictures of people, make a fake AI video where it's framing them of committing crimes
Okay,
like
that was
theft.
really small.
And then of course he would show these videos to the people
it's
and
just
record their
waiting
reaction.
here.
By the dog beds, a lady was ripping up a pillow. Cotton was going everywhere.
What the heck? Mom, which one of this is open? Which one of the dog bed is open? One of them open? Open? Yeah.
Mhm.
You said there was stuff all over the place.
Yeah, there is everywhere.
It's pretty fucked up. Like, I totally understand people being
Pretty
mad
shit.
about this, bro. You
Obvi, I
taking my
guess.
fucking photo and implicating me for crimes. I don't know you like that, dog. Are you trying to blackmail me? What is this? Additionally, Alexis would make a spin-off version of his fake AI crime prank, where he would generate content of people's vehicles getting stolen and confront them with the AI video to scare them. You know, it's like the coming true of every disturb.
Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Actually, I'll do some summons and then I'll go. I wanna make something to eat. Bombs. Okay, I'll make something. Wait, what the fuck? No. And I'll resummon before I go make something to eat. God damn. Kenpachi the goat. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll see y'all soon. Okay, y'all, I'm back with the food. I will not turn on my camera on back yet. No, that's the gameplay. What? I'll just move my camera here.
Urban use of AI that people warned us about.
Unit.
You were driving a Toyota? I didn't know if that was your girlfriend who walked in it and she drove it. Look, she was driving it. Come on, we gonna chase them, come on. We gonna chase them, come on.
You could say Alexis's pranks were like the AI version of yelling out fire in a crowded theater, you know, on top of being unethical, unconsented use of people's likeness and harassment too. The stunts would eventually get the attention of police. Multiple times, officers would be notified of Alexis's TikTok exploits. On November 18, 2025, officers would be dispatched to a Home Depot in West Palm Beach, Florida, after a disturbance report. Alexis was there allegedly filming customers in the store using Meta glasses, and he was generating inappropriate videos of them cheating on spouses, kissing people, and more.
Excuse me, ma'am? Have you seen my mom? If my mom was talking, is that your husband or friend? My husband. My mom was talking when I'm looking for her. She has curly hair. That's her with the curly hair. So I don't know.
You can't do this again.
Huh?
You can't do this again.
What are you
That's
talking?
not true what he's showing you.
What are you talking about, jackass?
You can't do that.
What's your problem? What's your name and badge number?
Cops pulled up on Alexis, and in their body cam footage,
Fair.
you can see he's bragging about how many views he was going to get from his exploitative cheating videos. The guy was just like high off of his balls with clout.
Yeah.
I made a bang with this one, boss. I think my last one at Home Depot hit like a mil. Congrats. So in 1 month, this last month, I think in 1 month I had 50,000 followers on TikTok. I think I'm about to hit 20 on Instagram. I just started posting there though, like weeks ago.
How does that
this
help
wouldn't
you?
be the end of Alexis's reign of terror. He wasn't arrested, only banned from the Home Depot for a year. I mean, that's happened to me before.
Investigation is complete. Okay, I confirmed your identity. All right, I got your side of the story. I got her side of the story. Okay, you're not allowed to be back here up to a year.
Banned from Home Depot, Alexis continued his reign of fabricated AI terror elsewhere, and here's where the legal trouble truly begins. On November 30th, 2025, Alexis approached an employee at a Marathon gas station, claiming to have witnessed a dead body being dragged and thrown into the store's dumpster. This report terrified the shopkeeper, at least initially.
If you're watching the cameras, a guy just threw away a fucking body in the trash. This guy right now, he's parked in the black truck. He threw away a fucking body right now. Look, I have the video. Yes, he just threw it away. I have the video.
You might think the video looks way too fucking fake, like there's no way the employee was actually disturbed or believed it. Well, police arrived, and after talking to him, they claimed the store owner was legit terrified by it.
He played a game, right? And he got legitimately scared. He legit thought that it was scary. So whatever prank that you played on him was good enough that it totally messed him up mentally.
What happens after the clip is, well, cops apparently weren't finished with Alexis, but he had walked away and allegedly jaywalked across the street. Seeing this, an officer catches back up to him and was like, bro, you just jaywalked in front of us, and then they asked for his ID, which he didn't have, allegedly. Unable to satisfy their identification request, he gets charged with resisting arrest without violence and is given a citation. It's small, but it's something. The pattern we've seen with Alexis so far is this. Take a picture of somebody, make a video in AI with them making out with a stranger at a retail store, show it to the person, they get pissed off, the cops get called, and then that's pretty much it. He gets a slap on the wrist and he's like, go. Alexis gets millions of views in the process and suffers pretty much nothing. A lucrative hustle, but the guy gets greedy and starts to fuck it up. Alexis's Icarus moment would come when he decides to cut out multiple steps from that tried and true formula that I just talked about. Instead of having police called on him, he would visit and prank them directly. I'm sure this ends spectacularly. On March 24th, 2026, Alexis would perform what he likely considered his magnum opus prank at Academy Sports Store in Lake Mary, Florida. An on-duty Seminole County police officer was inside the Academy Sports at the time, his police cruiser parked outside. Well, Alexis takes a photo of the cruiser and generates a video of the police car getting stolen. And he shows this video to the cop that's inside the Academy Sports. And, well, you know how this is gonna go. Of course the cop believes it's real.
You're actually in here, sir. I saw these guys, they were going inside of your car, in and out.
Okay, bro. He needs to be arrested.
So you probably just left it unlocked.
15%.
You want me to send you the video though? Literally like 3 to 5 minutes ago, so they couldn't have got far. So as soon as you get the video, you could just start searching for them.
Alexis soon after left the premises, and the stunned locked sheriff who had the video sent to him by Alexis would watch it over and over again, trying to make heads or tails of how his vehicle got broken into. Eventually, though, the officer notices that the Seminole County Police decal wasn't on the car. And when he realized that, that's when he was like, oh shit, this is fake. Bro, the fucking 4 Secret Service agents moving in slow motion getting into your cruiser wasn't a dead giveaway. Jesus Christ, buddy, lock in! Seminole police opened an investigation into the incident. Meanwhile, Alexis was down
I thought it was for a random accident again.
performing the exact same prank on another police officer, merely implicating an innocent person of a crime in the process.
Hey boss, how are you doing? What's it called? The guy, he went in your car. The guy outside.
I fucking guess, bro.
Where'd he go? Is he inside? Is that him, boss?
Enemy spotted.
Really?
No. Wait, get.
That's him, right?
As you can clearly
Oh.
see, Alexis's need to constantly one-up himself landed him in a position where he's now literally pranking police officers to make ends meet on TikTok. And I don't think you need me to tell you that's not a reliable long-term content strategy.
Yeah.
On March 27th, 2026, Seminole County, Florida authorities would issue an arrest warrant for Alexis due to his stunt with the Academy Sports cop.
Thank God.
Puerto Rican police
Okay,
would assist
thank
in the
God.
matter, given they had recently been pranked themselves. About a week later, on April 8th, Puerto Rican officers found Alexis in the Barrio Obrero neighborhood of San Juan and arrested him, jailing the prankster, finally marking an end to the AI insanity. A Puerto Rican news outlet would interview Alexis as he was getting booked. And in this interview, he's, just whining that the police overreacted to his pranks and that it wasn't
What?
a big deal. Bro, you're yelling fire in a crowded theater literally to the police. Like, fuck off. This clip is translated, by the way. That's why it sounds weird.
I don't know why they keep putting cameras in my face. I'm not even famous. I don't have an ad. I guess this is the first time they've taken an ad. They received like 10 million views in one day and they got a little heated.
Soon after this arrest, he was extradited off of Puerto Rico by U.S. Marshals and taken back to Seminole County, Florida, where he's to be charged with 2 misdemeanors: making a false report of a crime to law enforcement and knowingly giving false information to law enforcement regarding the alleged commission of a crime. He's also getting a felony charge of tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. At the time of the arrest, he was held on a $7,000
Understandable.
bond. The sheriff of Seminole County had this to say: "The misuse of artificial intelligence to create deepfake videos is a growing concern, particularly when it targets public safety professionals. These fabricated videos can damage reputations, create unnecessary tensions, and raise real concerns for the first responders who serve our communities." And yeah, I think what we had here was the natural endpoint of where someone like Alexis's content would end up. Exploitative deepfake videos. He's just going to keep pushing it further and further, you know, and he did.
Yeah.
I think I talked about this in my AI crime video, but the ability for the average, 90 IQ person to create criminally implicating fake videos about themselves with AI, it's become terrifyingly easy. And the ways that these videos could affect people, it's just really disturbing to think about. I mean, in these pranks, he was messing with real people, showing them seemingly real videos. You're eventually gonna get a real reaction that ends in violence or even worse, brother. Hopefully you learn a lesson, but I doubt you will. The TikTok business raider. Next, we have a prankster who likes to create fake emergency scenarios alluding to sexual assault, violence, and kidnapping by screaming in public. And he also raids businesses. Heston James, baby.
Hey man, what the fuck?
I heard that too. Is that what
Wait, why lobby?
I really heard that too.
Boasting over 1.3 million followers on TikTok, Heston struck gold with a simple yet effective public nuisance prank. Yell in public and then gaslight people who respond into thinking that it wasn't actually you.
I don't see any females.
I'd be a girl. What was that? I'm so scared right now.
A plethora of folks fell victim to this so-called scream prank. Many targets were retail employees doomed to the 9-to-5 minimum wage hell of stocking shelves while constantly being brigaded by clout-chasing idiots like this.
Why?
Heston's scream pranks were his bread and butter, and while most certainly annoying and frustrating in that he's messing with people who are just minding their own business, I'm sorry to report that that's not why he's in this criminal TikTok prank video. The reason he's here is for a second format of prank that he engaged in. And if you've ever seen my old PrankNet video, it's like PrankNet tactics where you gaslight workers into thinking you're a corporate boss and then causing chaos off of that pretext. But it's like the real life version of that, what Heston did. Heston and his friends would hit multiple businesses with these imposter management schemes, usually going in disguised as a district manager, claiming that the employee's productivity is poor, and then he'd bring in his own posse dressed in matching retail uniforms and attempt to take over the shop. As like, it's a joke to him. Now, I don't know about you guys, but this is definitely going a step further
No,
than
he
the
doesn't.
screen pranks. Heston did these retail raids from March to July of 2025, mostly taking place in businesses in the Tempe, Arizona area, allegedly performing and recording them at Pep Boys, Highland Auto Repair, Big Brand Tire and Service, and Jiffy Lube, and Chipotle. The Highland Auto case is particularly insane because it has Heston pulling up with a van filled with imposter mechanics, and some of the guys actually start tampering with real customer vehicles that are being worked on, like fucking with, the cars that the real workers are trying to fix.
I'm just gonna be bringing in all my guys because you guys have been doing a really slow job. I've been getting multiple complaints. I'm from corporate, I told you. So this corporate name. I'm calling in my guys and they're gonna be working on all these cars. They're not? Get to calling them. Oh, get to calling them? All right, let's see. Here they are here. I think there's them right here. Come on, everyone, come on. Everyone. Get to work.
If you do this, you're genuinely a loser.
Everyone, take that tire off, quick. I got stuff for you. Everyone, check the oil. It's good.
This isn't a prank, dude. This is just straight up harassment and hurting businesses to line your pocket and TikTok money. In response to Heston's raids, the business community of Tempe, Arizona rallied together and collectively reported the guy, speaking out about him. The first domino fell on July 3rd, 2025, after a local Pep Boys location called police. Apparently this spot, like the Highland Auto place, was victim to one of the mechanic van pranks where they pull up and try to take over the business. After Heston had left after performing the prank, the store called the county sheriff's office, and when police arrived, the manager sought to press charges. During an interview from this time, it's revealed that as the pranksters were fleeing the scene, one of the real employees actually smashed the prank van's window, which I just have to give a fucking yeah to that guy.
Robert at that point is seeing
Really?
the person move and he hit a window.
Who broke one of their windows?
That's their windows.
How many windows?
Just what the fuck?
He broke 2, I broke 1.
With so much evidence existing in the form of Heston's own videos, the Tempe Police Department felt they had what they needed to nail this prankster for good. On July 23, 2025, officers arrive at Heston's home with a search warrant and arrest him on 1 count of burglary, 2 counts of criminal impersonation, and 5 counts of disorderly conduct. 5 counts of criminal trespass were tacked on as well. The guy was jailed for the time, but later released on a $15,000 bond 2 days later.
The allegations against you are 1 count of burglary, a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of criminal impersonation, Class 6 felony, 5 counts of disorderly conduct, all Class 1 misdemeanors, and 5 counts of criminal trespassing, all Class 3 misdemeanors.
Heston tried to make light of his circumstances initially, doing the tried and true scumbag influencer caught by police thing where they sell, merch with their mugshot on it shortly after they get out. But the gravity of his situation was undeniable. He's reportedly facing up to 9 years in prison, as some of his charges are felonies. The weight of the situation seemingly has become clear to him in recent times, as Heston's social media accounts have been completely wiped of content. His Instagram with 1.1 million followers is bare, and his TikTok is completely deleted. I'm assuming he got a lawyer that has advised him to do this, because a lot of these videos can be publicly used against you in a court for charges like criminal impersonation. That's just my opinion, but as of now, the case is still ongoing. Now look, I don't want to be a fucking hater here, but I think the courts really do have a good opportunity to set an example here in the case of Heston. Like, fine, go and scream at members of the public. That's a prank style that's existed for a long time. But this business rating stuff, where you're just going in and touching customers' things and harassing the employees, it's really just taking things to a disturbing level. And nobody should ever be influenced to replicate something like this. Throw the book at him. The arrest of Tommy Tough Knuckles. Tommy Tough Knuckles is a 21-year-old from Long Island, New York, whose real name is Kyle Vasquez. I guess this Kyle got bored of punching holes in his bedroom walls and just decided to become a menace to society.
Put the fries in the bag! Put the fries in the bag! Put the fries in the bag!
Beginning in early April of 2025 on TikTok, Tommy would begin a crusade, a social media venture fueled by nothing more than the desire to get noticed.
Okay, I'm back.
He wanted that e-clout and was willing
Took the
to
dishes
break
out of my
laws
room.
in the process.
Not much to like about this obscene gesture at court today.
His shtick was multifaceted. Sometimes it involved him
You know
barging
what,
into local stores and intentionally frustrating or tricking minimum wage employees while filming.
Put the iPhone in my hand! Put it in his ass, you heard him! Put the iPhone in my hand! Put the iPhone in my hand!
Other times, he would be a bit more sophisticated, gaslighting small business owners by wasting their time, setting up fake deals with them, and recording them as he pulls the rug out from under them.
What's the price again? I mean, I was thinking, could you possibly do 1,500 cash?
But more often than not, he'd just fuck with people minding their own business.
My friend had an emergency in the bathroom. He's like stuck in the stall and I can't get under because I hurt my back. He's stuck.
What the hell are you doing, Zach?
It's kind of just a sad reality of the internet that there will always be an audience that gobbles up these slop prank videos where members of the public are the punchline. Tommy's products certainly met this criteria, and his prank videos quickly garnered a following. He was more than pleased with himself. After all, to him, this was all about views at any cost. Every follower milestone reached was just further justification for him to continue harassing the public. As views climbed, the antics escalated along with it. His content evolved from straight up gaslighting people to all the way engaging in property damage. And now we enter what I like to call Tommy's liquid dumping stage. Yeah.
I'm Tommy Tough Knuckles, and I'm the reason why these
What the fuck did I miss?
This bean incident in particular would cause something of a stir, angering the
Like,
Chinese
genuinely, what the
restaurant
fuck did I
manager in
miss?
charge of the place and later getting the attention of law enforcement.
Then there's the incident up the road inside Renhua Chinese restaurant, where police say he spilled the beans.
Yeah, I'm really angry, and they're all angry because they make me a mess.
The restaurant releasing this surveillance video to show what they were subjected to, all for likes on social media.
Despite beans being quite fibrous, Tommy's liquid dumping would continue. But little did he know police were watching, and they were making preparations to put a diaper on this man baby. Suffolk police studied up on Tommy and discovered that on top of messing with businesses and his liquid dumping, that he had made videos trespassing and entering private property.
Wait a second. Did I get it by chance? No, okay.
Tommy's pestering of retail employees and random members of the public was one thing, but bro, going onto private property and filming people and posting them online without permission, like, bro, you're lucky one of those homeowners didn't blow your shit smooth off. Suffolk police decided they were finally going to put an end to the liquid dumper and slap Tommy's tough knuckles in cuffs. They got an arrest warrant, and on June 2nd, 2025, Tommy was found at a friend's house and subsequently arrested. This knuckle-dragging numbskull was hit with 8 felony counts. Yep, felonies, including 6 counts of unlawful recording and 2 counts of criminal tampering. Hey, what are you
on that?
Dumped eggs and beans on myself to get views on TikTok. Oh. On June 3rd, 2025, Kyle Vasquez, aka Tommy, pled not guilty to all charges and would be released pending his next court date, which is on June 30th. He profusely apologized outside of the courthouse and begged the community for forgiveness. Nah, I'm kidding. He actually shot the press a middle finger.
Not much to like about this obscene gesture at court today.
One final thing to discuss in regard to Tommy Tough Knuckles is the online reception to his arrest. You would think someone with as many followers and views as him that he would have some support from fans in this battle with the courts that he's found himself in, you know? Well, turns out this guy's community wasn't as invested in him as he believed. Clearly feeling little remorse for his behavior, Kyle has launched a legal fee fundraiser in the form of a GoFundMe. He dubbed it, "Keep the Laughs Coming, Help Tommy Tough Knuckles." Kyle writes, "I'm Tommy Tough Knuckles, and I got arrested for some pranks. I need money for a lawyer so I can keep making y'all laugh. I would really appreciate the support." And the supposedly beloved Tommy Tough Knuckles, who bragged about his followers constantly and how liked he was, well, that guy's raised a grand total of $1,629, and the goal's at $5,000. Jeez, buddy, that's all you could muster? Sucks to suck, bro. Good luck in court. Kyle's about to start punching walls again. That's the thing with these pranksters, is there's nothing redeemable about them as people. Your viewers don't actually like you. People watch for the chaos and that's all they care about. You are replaceable, interchangeable, inauthentic. Anyone could be you.
True.
Taking a look at Tommy's TikTok, it appears somebody elsewhere has done exactly that. His views have all but dried up, as prank slop watchers already moved on from this guy to other rage baiters. I'm sure some of them are appearing in this video. All Kyle is left with now is a bunch of felonies and meaningless numbers on the screen. Was it worth it? Kyle's next appearance in court is scheduled for May 26, 2026. And as of now, he still uploads pranks frequently to all of his social media platforms despite the paltry numbers. Just one more prank, bro. I'm sure that'll fix your life. Just keep going. Mizzy, the absolute menace of TikTok. Next, we have a British TikToker who had sought
Let's hope
fame
we get the
for most
fragment
of his
quick,
life,
because
failing to get it time and time again.
you know.
However, he would eventually find the solution to his viewless
Trump will be
woes.
cool as well.
He would commit crimes and call them pranks. You get an instant following that way, these days at least. Meet Bakari Bronze Ogaro from London, England, infamously known as Mizzy on both TikTok and Instagram. Mizzy's signature content involved him romping around the streets of London, filming himself harassing people, committing property damage, theft, and more. His exploits have resulted in a number of arrests.
Earlier this week, he pleaded guilty and apologized after being handed a criminal behavior order for filming himself entering private residences and posting them on social media.
In taking a brief look at his catalog,
Are we dumb?
you will understand why authorities are constantly putting this guy in handcuffs. He's hopped into random people's cars and filmed them.
Hello? Hello? Who's that? Eva. 666. There, what there? Not here. What you... Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
He's stolen an elderly woman's dog.
You got a nice
Dude.
dog? Sorry? You got a nice dog?
She's lovely, she's
Dude, what the fuck?
He staged fake robberies and kidnappings.
Hey, bro, do not die, bro. Do not die. I end the cool, yeah. Do not die, bro. No. What do you mean, no? I come. Do not die, bro. No. What do you mean, no? I back it up. What do you mean, bro? Do not die, bro.
And of course, just simply being a complete nuisance.
Coming through, bro. What's wrong? What? I can't ride it in here.
Once he even got a criminal charge for hijacking a train.
What?
Hey, how did you get there? Hey, let me get in here.
Dude. We are not serious. What the fuck?
Hello? Can I call the police? The people on the train?
The TikToker
What is
probably
wrong with
most
people?
infamous for a prank where he just walks into strangers' houses and films them. I mean, that's just breaking and entering.
Yeah.
Walking into random houses, let's go.
Okay, this gotta be scripted. There's no fucking way.
You man, come. We need to speak to James. James. Huh. James. Is this where the study group is? No. What number is this? No. Study group. Wait, this is not where the study group is. You got kids, man. Oh, you got kids? Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought this was the study group. I actually thought.
This breaking and entering activity in particular eventually got Mizzy banned from TikTok.
Yeah.
And he was subsequently criminally charged by the courts. Though, as you can tell, the judicial system in London wasn't giving the guy any meaningful punishment, as he always got out of, court or arrest or jail facing nothing but fines. Around this time, though, he was given a court order prohibiting him from sharing footage of other people without their consent. That way, if he was caught again, perhaps the courts could crack down harder and use the order as leverage against him for like an
Okay.
actual punishment. Guys, British courts, like, could you guys just nut up? just like actually punish people. So they turned him loose and hoped for the best. Within hours of that ruling, Mizzy appeared on Piers Morgan's show. And Piers would ask the question many had at the time regarding all of this, just why?
I'm curious about what has been motivating you to terrorize the people around where you live. Why do it?
I wouldn't really call it terrorizing. I would just call it more having fun.
You don't show any real remorse. You don't really care, do you?
The UK laws are weak, simple as. And that's not, the UK laws are weak, simple as, and that's not my fault.
Why there's no real remorse here? Why do you not understand
what do you mean why there's
the
no real remorse?
consequences of your
I went to go apologize off social media. I could have recorded that apology and that would have been another viral video. Whether it's hate or whatever, literally, hate brings money, hate brings likes, hate brings views. It doesn't matter. Love or hate, it still brings views.
Yeah, as you can see, Mizzy was totally dead set on his harassing the public and making
Yeah.
it his career thing. A court order wasn't going to stop him. Days later, the guy was out filming more of his stunts, riding bicycles in crowded indoor malls and shopping centers, doing exactly what the court forbade him from doing. The courts were just going through his backlog of content and finding new things to throw at him. In the end, the guy was sentenced to serve 18 weeks in a young offender institution. Upon sentencing him, the judge said, "Put bluntly, your pranks are just not funny." The big hit, though, was that the judge banned him from posting on any social media platforms for 2 years. But surprisingly, when Mizzy got out and the ban was lifted, the pranks actually ceased this time. Yeah, apparently the crackdown from the court affected Mizzy in profound ways. He's since moved on from making prank content entirely and now works a normal job, seemingly opting to focus on self-improvement and raising his 2 kids. Yeah, the guy has 2 kids at 21. That's fucking insane, but I digress. I think the moral with the Mizzy story, though, is that, like, if you actually crack down and punish these guys, it's a pretty big incentive for them to stop doing the behavior.
Alright, let's find something else. Let's not watch... What? Zeno. Out of everyone, he named Zeno. I guess. Oh, Plaza. Aww. Good night, Plaza.
Recently, Preston Plays, owner of the infamous Cosmic PvP server, a Minecraft server which made $25 million over its 10 years of running, has released a new server. This server, Cosmic Prisons, is somehow even more scummy, greedy, deceptive, and shady than the last, making $100,000 in just 2 months from selling alpha access to a server that already existed, deleting all players' previous ranks and purchases in the progress, forcing them to spend thousands of dollars on the same thing all over again. Full of Minecraft EULA and guidelines breaking gambling mechanics that are completely unregulated and in some cases are straight up recreations of casino type gambling such as slot machines, charging as high as $115 on a gambling crate, which we have hard evidence of being highly deceptive and completely rigged against players in the past, even going as far as to charge players $15 to $20 just for the chance to access kits with powerful items without a guarantee to even get the items they paid for.
I hate him so much. Oh crap, that hurts me. That hurts me a lot.
With players calling out the server for being a cash grab and mentioning how scammy it was that all their old progress and real money spent was just deleted, and even top donators of the server who have and are still currently spending thousands publicly talking about how pay to win and broken the server is and how they were abusing that fact. I can't believe I'm saying this, but somehow Preston Plays Minecraft server has gotten even more shady, illegal, and scummy, and Mojang isn't doing anything about it. But what actually happened? Well, earlier this year, Cosmic announced that they would be reopening their once popular prison server, Cosmic Prisons, which shut down back in late 2023. But there was a catch. The server would be opening up in an alpha mode, and you would have to pay to access it. Nothing is free in the world of Cosmic PvP, clearly, with alpha access for the server costing $30 minimum, with there also being an alpha plus version costing $60, which came with additional advantageous perks. Now, you might be thinking, surely people wouldn't be paying this much for alpha access to the relaunch of
They
the
shouldn't.
server that's almost identical to the one that previously existed, which they played a few years ago, right? Well, that's where you are wrong. In typical Cosmic
No
fashion, you
fucking
couldn't
way.
just buy access and then hop on and play. When the alpha launched, only 100 alpha slots were available, which were completely bought out in just 4 minutes. Then 20 minutes later, they opened up another 100 slots, which all sold out in under a single minute. They basically created a sense of artificial scarcity and rarity, where players who weren't fast enough to buy alpha access in the few minutes it was available might completely miss out. And what's even worse is that of the 100 slots, usually about half of them were only the more expensive Alpha Plus version, so if you weren't fast enough to get the cheaper $30 one, you had to buy the more expensive $60 one to get in. There was never really any warning or countdown to when these slots would go up for sale too. You just had to hope that you caught a surprise Discord announcement when you were online. Very scummy tactics indeed. We know that for the initial release, there were about 100 normal slots and 100 Alpha Plus slots, meaning the server made $9,000 in a combined 5 minutes from just launching the game mode's alpha. The entire alpha lasted about 2 months, which throughout Cosmic continued doing these staggered and short-time alpha slot releases, constantly creating a sense of scarcity to pressure players into buying
What's
access.
up, Omnikage? Omnikage, man. Like, what's up? Is something going on, or? We don't usually do that. Quickly restart lobby servers, something fixes it. Oh, okay. I felt like
Making sure that they knew if they didn't
admin
buy
abusers
access right
some
away,
shit.
they might miss out for good. And by the time the alpha was done,
better
as
not
Nick
kick me
McKay,
out.
former moderator and once active player of Cosmic, told me, based on the messages sent on the Discord when a new group of alpha slots were released, a total of about
What the
2,180 alpha slots were publicly sold. Half of those were the normal alpha slots, adding up to $32,700 roughly, and the other half being the more expensive Alpha Plus, adding up to a total of $65,400. That means, all up, from releasing an alpha game mode with a limited paid access, in only 2 months, Cosmic made almost $100,000 US. $100,000 in 2 months, absolute insanity. Most Minecraft servers will never even make close to that from years of running. And the game mode hadn't even fully released yet, as upon full release of the server, where it would see over 1,400 players online at the same time, we could finally see how things were arguably even scummier. You can see in the comments of Mr. Waffles, the other owner of the server's launch stream, that players were calling the server a money grab and complaining that all their old ranks and progress had been voided. And this is another thing that is rather questionable. As we mentioned earlier, Cosmic Prisons wasn't a new game mode or server. It was actually the last game mode left on the original Cosmic PvP network back when it shut down in late 2023. The game mode had existed for years at that point, with players making lots of progress and obviously spending lots of money on ranks and other goods. Many of those players are the same ones who are playing the relaunched version today, yet upon the relaunch of the server, which, reminder, is basically the same with the exact same ownership and staff, all those players' ranks and goods they spent money on was not carried over, forcing players to spend close to $200 for ranks again. There are claims that player data wasn't saved when the original Cosmic network shut down, and thus these old ranks and purchases aren't saved. But let's be real, why wouldn't they have saved this? They very likely do have the player data, they just want players to spend thousands of dollars rebuying everything again. People were understandably pretty pissed off, as not only had they just paid as high as $60 for a 2-month alpha of a game mode that already existed a few years prior and was basically identical, but now we're having to pay even more on top of that for ranks and other goods on the server that they once had and spent real money on a few years ago. Clearly, it worked though, as they made $100,000 from the beta alone.
Fragment.
God knows how much more from the thousands, likely tens of thousands of unique players who logged in and spent more money buying new ranks again. Which is now where we can get into the fun part and take a look at the server's unethical and shady monetization, which rather unsurprisingly features a myriad of unregulated gambling mechanics that completely break Minecraft's guidelines. Ooh, but where should we start? $20 ranks, the $115 crate, the fact that their paid premium currency now gets reset every season, the loot boxes with guidelines breaking hidden odds. Oh, I know, let's start with my favorite mechanic, the in-game guidelines breaking straight up Minecraft slot machines. Which begs the question, are there any Minecraft servers which don't have such insanely unethical, guidelines-breaking, pay-to-win gambling monetization? And there is. As of only about 12 hours ago, my server, og-network.net, released a new Civilizations SMP, which has the classic Minecraft factions you all know and love. You can pick one of 3 civilizations, each with their own custom biomes and special perks, create factions or guilds together with your civilization to raid other players' bases and destroy their cores, or participate in server-wide custom boss fights with bosses that will one-shot you, large-scale, entirely custom MMO-style dungeons you can take on with up to 3 friends, working your way through 5 floors full of strange mobs and secrets, or some classic Minecraft PvP at the server's King of the Hill and Envoy events. Whatever playstyle you prefer, whether it be building, raiding, PvPing, PvE and exploration, and more, my server's new Civilizations SMP has got you covered, and you should check it out. On a serious note, guys, we are trying to bring back that old-school Minecraft factions gameplay in an updated and modern Minecraft environment without any of the gambling or predatory monetization, just as I and many of you played all those years ago. IP is below, both Java and Bedrock can join. There's lots of new players too. Oh, and be sure to subscribe. No pressure, of course. Anyways,
I did not listen
Cosmic
to him.
Prisons has a straight-up recreation of a slot machine in Minecraft. You pay 3,200 Cosmic Coins, about $2 for a slot bot ticket, of which you can then roll in the slot bot GUI to win some items. You can use up to 5 slot bot tickets here at the same time, meaning you can gamble up to $10 at a time. And they don't even try to hide the fact that it's gambling and a straight-up recreation of a slot machine in Minecraft either. I mean, look at the way it rolls. This directly violates Minecraft's guidelines surrounding gambling, which, as we've covered before, don't disallow gambling mechanics like crates per se, but rather disallow gambling mechanics on servers which look and function like real-world gambling you would see in a casino. So a crate or loot box is fine, despite it still being gambling, but a Minecraft roulette table, or in this case a slot machine, is not. But there is a second level of non-compliance here too. All the potential rewards you can win from the slot bot do not have any of the odds listed of winning them at all. As is required, all crates and other RNG mechanics on servers must display the items that can be won and the odds of winning them to be compliant. Cosmic Slot Bot does not do this, meaning the more valuable goods likely have insanely low chances of dropping. In fact, they've even gone one step further, as most of the items you win are RNG items with their own loot pools, also with no odds listed. So for example, you could roll the slot bot, win a mystery contraband item, which you then open to get one of these 6 contraband rarities, also with no odds listed. It's just gambling inception at this point. Another thing you can win from the slot bot is the server's loot boxes. The loot boxes cost 24,000 Cosmic Coins, about $15, and upon opening them, you get 4 random items from this pool of items, and then you could potentially hit the jackpot and receive these items here too. Here's the thing though, the odds of winning each item from the loot pool are not listed, meaning the better items likely have a much lower chance of dropping. Oh, and would you look at that, once again, a good chunk of the potential items you can win are randomized items with their own non-guidelines compliant loot pools too. So get this, you could buy slot bot tickets, win a loot box, open the loot box, win a bunch of other random items which you must open up to actually finally get your items. 4 layers of gambling deep now. Furthermore, you aren't even guaranteed to get any of the items from the jackpot item loot pool down the bottom here, with the odds of hitting one of these once again not being listed as they're required to be, so they are likely absurdly low. Let's talk about the most expensive gambling mechanic in the entire server store now though, and it's something new that's only been added more recently too, Cosmic Crates. These cost 240,000 Cosmic Coins or $115. Jesus, that's expensive for a crate, and work a bit differently than a typical crate does. Besides the items in the bonus loot pool, you get everything listed here guaranteed. Sounds pretty good, right? No RNG. Well, not quite. You see, the RNG in gambling is applied in a bit of a different way, where you instead get a random number of each item. So for example, you could get anywhere from 15 to 20 absorbers, 1 to 3 energy boosters, 1 to 5 inmate rations, and so on. Once again, this is not compliant with Minecraft's guidelines because the odds of getting each amount of each item are not listed at all. And what's funny is we do actually have somewhat of an idea of how rigged these are. You see, back in 2023, when the original Cosmic servers, including the original Cosmic Prisons game, was shut down, one of the server staff decided to share the odds and weights of the Cosmic Crates and loot boxes in a stream. Right here we are looking at the full breakdown of one of the Cosmic Crates they had, which is very similar to the one they have now. Let's take a look at some of the ratios. The chances of getting 2 to 5 slot bot tickets were as follows: 70% chance of getting 2, 15% chance of getting 3, 10% chance of getting 4, and 5% chance of getting 5. The odds of getting 1 to 2 mystery heroic slot bot tickets, as well as another item here, were both 90% for 1 and 10% for 2. And this is basically what you'll see with all these odds. The lowest amounts are so heavily weighted compared to the higher amounts, is significantly rigged against the player. Oh, and side note, once again, a good chunk of the rewards from this crate are other RNG items with their own non-compliant loopholes. Classic. And as mentioned, despite having these odds clearly written down and organized in a spreadsheet, for some odd reason, they refuse to properly list them on the $115 crate as required by Mojang's guidelines, which just seems beyond intentionally scummy at this point. But it gets even worse. You can see that the cosmic crates also have bonus loot here at the bottom.
You know what?
The rest of the contents
I'll be right back later on. Like, I'll still be live. I'll just be in bed a bit because holy fuck, my ass hurts from sitting. So yeah, I'll just be on mute. Y'all got the gameplay. I'll even put the music for y'all. Here's some music. I'll see y'all soon. Okay, I'm back. I saw some live stream on UTD and the dude had Goku Black in it, the first Universal banner. So I wanna go back to lobby and see if it is a case, because I do have a lot of the first currency. So, you know. Yeah, enough. Let's go back real quick. Oh? I guess. I low-key forgot about this. I mean, shit. It does say Goku Black is in that banner. Wait. Dude, there gotta be some way to disable that part. I don't wanna keep opening people's profiles. Dude. Let's just keep trying. Let's see. Shiny Miku. Nice. I think we got a shiny Ryu as well. Now please get Goku Black. Okay, we should have much more than enough for Goku Black by PD. Hopefully we get him before PD even. But the rates are really bad on universal units. So I will count on getting him before PD. We don't care about Chizuru. I mean, if I get Goku Black from this, actually, I'll just give crystals to Gogeta. I got a shiny Akari. No, that's Luffy. Hope it's not shiny. Really hope it's not a shiny. So yeah, it's just a bug. I really don't love it. I like the update and all, but I really, and I mean really, don't like how the update is just, you know, like this. Especially the whole thing with the unrivaled unit. That really sucks to get those. I got a friend to do it with me later. I'm low-key not sure if I want to grant Gogeta or just really not sure. I mean, like, Granted, this game is like hell low-key. I mean, the game is good, don't get me wrong, but it's really annoying and time consuming to just play this. And don't get me wrong, I mean, of course it's like that. A tower defense is supposed to be like that, time consuming and all this bullshit with strategy. That's understandable from a tower defense. That's what you'd expect when you play a tower defense. But I think the problem in this game is genuinely the raids. Oh, my bad, I didn't notice someone typed in the chat. I don't even know. Merciless God is one hell of a name. But again, I think the raids is what holds this game back a lot. I mean, come on. Sure, the relics, sure, that's fine. 50% each run, that's pretty fair. Now, look at the amount. That's per stage. A single stage takes like 3 to 2 minutes. You probably want to overnight this as well, so for Goku Black. So that's really, you know, really bad when you consider the amount of time for the amount you get. And then there's also the other things you need to grind, such as Gogeta's fragments, for example. Let's take Gogeta as an example, because that's low-key what we're doing now. Gogeta's fragments are low chance. Really low chance, though. 5% and all this. It's not fun to grind. It's really not. You just want to leave the game AFK, go to sleep or something, and that's it. That's the problem in the game. The rates for those items. And sure, like, look, 0.005%. And Gogeta is 0.05%. Meanwhile, look at a normal banner, 0.1%, 0.00625%. The normal secret and unrivaled has a higher chance than this, which doesn't make any sense if you ask me. I don't believe it should have higher chance than them, considering they're limited. They're not limited. Let's go do Janemba event. Let's do some Janemba. So, yeah, if you ask me, here, the Janemba event, 3% for the fragment. Like, dude, I'm sorry, but UTD, you gotta stop with the bullshit rates for unrivaled fragments. Like, really sorry, but you gotta stop. Genuinely, it doesn't benefit anyone that the rates are this low. It's just really annoying to grind. Really annoying. And there's a PD of 20 games. It doesn't justify shit. It really just doesn't justify anything. No one likes to grind it. No one. I wouldn't mind grinding it if I had my friends with me grinding this, but I'm all alone this time. Sadly, this time I'm all alone. That's the normal one. Never mind. Let me go find the normal one. That's him. Yeah. For example, this event. Like, why make the placements for the Janemba random? Why? It doesn't make it more fun. And you said, like, to have high expectations for the update, but I'm sorry. I really don't like this update. Even though I like Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is my thing. This update sucks. This update sucks. Okay, there's no denying it. Let me just restart this one. There's no denying the update sucks. It follows exactly like the last update. That's why it sucks. And I genuinely hope they increase chances on literally everything. I'm low-key tired. I should have reached that point. Yeah, this is the right one. Here. 3% And mind you, it spawns randomly. The right Janemba spawns randomly. Instead of making him some sort of boss with shit ton of shield, it spawns randomly between here, here, and here. This is just bullshit. No return. I can get a fragment now. This is dumb as well, like, look. Why is there a fucking daily limit? Just why? That's so fucking dumb, bruh. Let me just go macro. I want to lazy in bed for a good bit. Again, 5 fucking percent. I'm probably just gonna lay in bed again, and I'll be back later.